Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really talked about this stuff before. I guess I've never wanted to sound crazy or make people uncomfortable, but I need to share this with someone who might understand. I've been dealing with this thing my entire life, and it's getting to the point where I can't ignore it anymore. I'm 26 now, but my earliest memory of it happened when I was about 4 or 5. We were staying at my aunt's place outside Brisbane, one of those log cabins you don't see much in Australia. It was pretty isolated, surrounded by bush, with that earthy smell you only get in the outback. My mum and I were sharing a room, and I was sleeping on this thin mattress on the floor while she took the proper bed. I was asleep when it happened. Mum told me about it years later, when I was old enough to understand. She'd gotten up to use the toilet in the middle of the night. The cabin was old, with those creaky floorboards that announce every step you take. The bathroom was down the hall, and she was only gone for a few minutes. When she came back, she froze in the doorway. There was something in our room, standing there, between her bed and my mattress on the floor. She described it as a large black figure, but not really human-shaped. More like a mass of darkness that was somehow denser than the darkness around it. No face, no arms that she could make out clearly. Just this presence. She said she couldn't move, couldn't scream, just stood there watching it while it seemed to be watching me sleep. And then, after what felt like forever to her but was probably only seconds, it shifted. She swears it pointed at me, even though she couldn't make out any arms or fingers. It just somehow indicated me, lying there asleep and completely unaware. Then it vanished. Not walked away, not faded, just gone between one blink and the next. My mum's not the type to make things up or exaggerate. She's practical, down to earth. She didn't talk about it for years, and when she finally told me, I could see how uncomfortable it made her. But by then, I already knew something was with me. It's hard to explain how I know when it's around. It's like that feeling when you're home alone, but suddenly you're sure someone else is in the house with you, except it's more subtle, like a slight drop in temperature or a change in air pressure. Nothing dramatic enough that anyone else would notice, but I always do. It's been that way for as long as I can remember. When I was little, maybe 3 years old, I apparently wandered off from our house at sunrise. We lived in a pretty remote area back then, with nothing but scrubland for kilometers. My mum was frantic, called the police and everything. About 2 hours later, this woman I'd never seen before brought me back, just walked up to our front door with me in hand, said she found me walking alone by the side of the road, then left. Mum tried to thank her, get her details, but she just smiled and walked away. We never saw her again. A few months after that, we'd moved closer to the city. One night, somehow, I got out of the house at 1 in the morning. No one knows how I managed to unlock the door. I was too small to reach the chain lock we had back then. But I did, and I wandered off in the middle of the night. This time, an elderly woman with a walker found me and brought me home. Again, she didn't stick around, just made sure I got back safely and left. As I got older, these incidents stopped happening, but the presence remained. I'd be sitting in my room doing homework, and I'd feel it there with me. Or I'd be alone in the house and suddenly know I wasn't really alone. It never felt threatening exactly, just there, watching, waiting for something maybe. The strange thing is, whenever I've felt intense anger throughout my life, I've had these near-death experiences. Like when I was 16, I had this massive fight with my mum. I stormed out of the house and started walking. I was so angry I wasn't paying attention. and stepped right into the road. A car missed me by centimeters. I felt the rush of air as it passed. The driver later told me they didn't even see me until they were right on top of me, like I'd appeared out of nowhere. Then, when I was 19, I got into a stupid argument at a party. I was drunk, angry, not thinking straight. I decided to leave and walk home, even though it was like 15 kilometers. I cut through this park that had a small lake. Next thing I know, I'm waist deep in water with no memory of how I got there. It was like I'd been sleepwalking or something. If I'd gone any further in, I might have drowned. But the weirdest incident happened about 3 years ago. I'd met this girl, Hazel, at a coffee shop. We hit it off, started hanging out. She was into Wicca and all that spiritual stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, cleansing energies. I never really believed in any of it, but I liked her, so I went along with it. One day, she came over to my flat for the first time. The moment she walked into my bedroom, she stopped dead. She got this look on her face, part fear, part fascination. She asked if I ever felt like I wasn't alone in my room. When I hesitated, she said she could see a shadow darker than it should be in the corner by my wardrobe. I told her I'd felt something my whole life. She seemed excited about it, said she wanted to try something. She took my hand, closed her eyes, and just froze. Her face went completely white. She dropped my hand like it had burned her, grabbed her bag, and practically ran out of my flat. She blocked my number that same day. I never saw her again. That really shook me. Up until then, I'd been able to half convince myself it was all in my head. But Hazel saw it too. She felt something when she touched me, something that scared her enough to cut all contact. The thing is, despite everything, I don't think this entity, or whatever it is, means me harm. It's never hurt me. In fact, in those moments when I've been angriest, when I've put myself in danger, something always happens to keep me safe. Those strangers who found me as a child, the near misses with accidents, it's like it's protecting me. The feeling it gives me isn't fear exactly, more like uneasiness, like when you're waiting for bad news. It's not terrifying, just a little under neutral, just a little bad. Enough to make me aware of it, but not enough to make me want to run. Last week I finally worked up the courage to try communicating with it. I was alone in my flat, sitting on my bed. I could feel it in the room with me, that familiar heaviness in the air. I spoke out loud, asked it what it wanted from me, why it had been following me my entire life. Nothing happened at first. Then the air got colder. Not dramatically, just noticeably cooler. My bedside lamp flickered just once, and I had this overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Like whatever this thing is, it considers me its own in some way. That should have freaked me out more than it did. But the weird truth is, I don't know if I want it gone. It's been with me for as long as I can remember. It's familiar, and despite the uneasiness it causes, there's something almost comforting about its constancy. Yesterday was different, though. I was in the shower when I felt it. Usually it keeps its distance, stays in corners or shadows, but this time it felt closer than ever before. The shower curtain moved slightly, even though there was no draft. I could feel it right there, just on the other side of that thin piece of plastic. I called out to it, asked what it wanted. The bathroom mirror fogged up completely, despite the extractor fan being on. And then, I swear I'm not making this up, 3 words appeared in the condensation, always with you. I reached out to touch the words, and as soon as my finger made contact with the glass, the mirror cracked. Not shattered, just a single crack from top to bottom, right through where the words had been. I got out of the shower so fast I nearly slipped, wrapped a towel around myself, and just sat on the bathroom floor, dripping wet, staring at the mirror until the condensation faded and took the words with it. But the crack remained. Last night, I could barely sleep. I kept feeling it moving around my room, closer than ever before. My dreams were filled with shadows that pointed at me, with strangers returning me to places I'd never been. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. exactly, with that feeling of being watched cranked up to 11. And now, sitting here typing this, I can feel it right behind me. It's never been this close, this present before. The air feels thick, like I'm breathing through a wet cloth. My screen keeps flickering, just slightly. Not enough to be a technical problem, just enough to let me know it's here. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me, or if it's been protecting me or putting me in danger all these years. But something is changing. It's getting bolder, more direct. The strangest part, I still don't want it gone. There's this weird connection between us that I can't explain. Like it's been part of my life for so long that losing it would be losing a part of myself. Is that crazy? Probably. Hold on. Something's happening. My lights are dimming, and the feeling of it being here is stronger than ever. It's like the air is vibrating around me. My hands are shaking as I type this, not from fear exactly, but from the intensity of its presence. It's right beside me now. I can almost see it from the corner of my eye, that darkness that's darker than darkness should be. If I turn my head, I know it'll be gone, but right now in my peripheral vision, there's definitely something there. I need to reach out to it. I need to understand what it wants after all these years. I'm going to turn around now, try to face it directly for the first time. I'll update this post after to let you know what happened. Wait, it just touched me. I swear I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. The lights in my flat are going crazy now, dimming and brightening. My computer's about to die, even though it's plugged in. I need to... Story 2. I still can't explain what happened to me last January, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. It's been almost a year, but I still take the long way home from school every single day, even when it's pouring rain or freezing cold. An extra 20 minutes of walking is nothing compared to what I experienced that day. I'm a sophomore at Maplewood High, and since freshman year I've been taking this shortcut through Palmer Park. The park sits right between the old Methodist church and Hillcrest Funeral Home, and there's this narrow paved path, maybe 2 feet wide, that cuts diagonally across it. It saves me about 15 minutes each way, which was a big deal when I had after-school activities. January in Maplewood is usually a frozen hellscape, but last winter was weirdly warm, like unsettlingly warm. Instead of snow and ice, we had this constant fog and drizzle that never seemed to stop. The whole town felt like it was underwater, and honestly, parts of it literally were. The park especially was a mess. The path was completely flooded in spots with these unavoidable puddles. The grass on either side was totally saturated. If you stepped on it, water would seep up around your shoes with this gross squelching sound. That particular day was a Wednesday. I remember because we had a biology quiz that I'm pretty sure I failed, and I was in a crappy mood walking home. It was around 3:30, and the fog was thicker than usual. Not so bad that I couldn't see, but enough to make everything look hazy and grey. The park is usually pretty busy after school, with people walking dogs or kids playing, but that day it seemed weirdly empty. I figured it was just the weather keeping everyone inside. I was about halfway through the park when I first heard it. Footsteps, heavy ones like someone wearing work boots or something, splashing through puddles. And there was this jingling sound, like a dog collar with tags. It was right behind me, close enough that I could tell whoever it was. They were walking at exactly my pace. I immediately moved to the side of the path, half stepping into the soggy grass to let them pass. I even turned around with a friendly, "Go ahead," ready on my lips. But there was nobody there. Not a single person, not a dog, nothing. I stood there for a second, completely confused. The park was wide open with just a few trees scattered around, and I could see pretty far in every direction despite the fog. There was absolutely no one there who could have made those sounds. I'm not easily spooked, but I felt this immediate chill across my shoulders. I told myself I was being stupid and that it was probably just someone in the distance, and the fog was playing tricks with the sound. So I turned back around and kept walking. A little faster this time. Within 10 seconds, I heard it again. Heavy boots, splashing behind me, the jingling collar. Right, behind, me. I whipped around again. Nothing, just the empty path stretching back toward the school, puddles reflecting the grey sky. My heart was definitely pounding at this point. I started walking again, straining my ears. For a few seconds, there was just the sound of my own shoes hitting the wet pavement. Then, unmistakably, the footsteps started again, step for step with mine, but heavier, and that constant jingling. The thing that started to really freak me out was realizing that whoever or whatever was following me wasn't making any splashing sounds. The path was literally covered in water. My every step sent ripples through the puddles, but these footsteps, they sounded like boots on pavement, not boots in water. I stopped again, and the footsteps immediately stopped too. I took a single step and heard a single heavy step behind me. I stopped. It stopped. "Hello?" I called out, feeling both scared and stupid at the same time. My voice sounded thin in the foggy air. No answer. I'm not proud of this, but I actually crouched down and looked under the fog, thinking maybe there was some weird atmospheric thing happening and someone was actually there, but somehow concealed. Nothing but empty, wet pavement. By now I was genuinely scared. I started walking really fast, almost jogging. The footsteps kept pace perfectly, getting faster when I did. The jingling collar was constant now, and something else too, a heavy breathing sound, like a large dog panting. I couldn't understand what was happening. I remember thinking maybe I was having some kind of weird auditory hallucination, but it sounded so real, so specific, and it kept reacting to what I was doing. After maybe another 30 seconds of this, which felt like an eternity, I just couldn't take it anymore. I stopped dead in my tracks and spun around as fast as I could, thinking maybe I could catch whatever it was, by surprise. The footsteps stopped instantly, but this time something different happened. From about 2 feet off the ground, right where a large dog's head would be if someone was walking one behind me, came the deepest, most threatening growl I have ever heard. It wasn't loud, but it was intense. This low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I felt it more than heard it, this vibration that went straight through me. The hair on my arms stood up, and I swear I could feel hot breath on my legs, even though there was nothing there. I broke. I just completely broke. I turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I didn't look back once. My backpack was bouncing against my spine, my lungs were burning, and all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and my feet slapping against the flooded path. The most terrifying part? As I ran, I could hear those heavy boots running behind me, keeping pace, not splashing, and the growling continued, staying right at my heels. The park exit felt 1,000,000 miles away. When I finally reached the street, I didn't slow down at all. I sprinted the entire quarter-mile to my house, fumbled with my keys at the front door, and practically fell inside. I slammed the door shut, locked it, then checked the lock 3 more times. I even pushed our entryway bench in front of it before collapsing on the floor, gasping for breath. I sat there for probably 20 minutes, just trying to calm down. My mom wasn't home from work yet, and I was honestly grateful because I didn't know how I would explain the state I was in. When I finally got up, I went straight to my bedroom window that overlooks the street. No one was there. No person, no dog. Nothing had followed me home. At least nothing visible. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was some kind of echo of my own footsteps. But that wouldn't explain the dog sounds. Maybe someone was messing with me and somehow hiding whenever I turned around. But the path was too exposed for that. It wasn't until I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, that I realized something that made my blood run cold all over again. The sounds hadn't started right when I entered the park. They started precisely when I passed behind the funeral home, that section of the path that runs along the back of the property where they have those small delivery doors. Hillcrest Funeral Home has been there forever. It's this old Victorian mansion that was converted back in the 1930s. Everyone in Maplewood knows someone who works there or has had a service there. It's just part of the town. I'd walked past it hundreds of times without giving it a second thought. But now I couldn't stop thinking about it, about what or who might have followed me from there. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I told my mom I wasn't feeling well and stayed home from school. I couldn't face that path again, not so soon. When I did go back to school the following day, I took the long way around, adding 20 minutes to my walk. It's been almost a year now, and I've never taken that shortcut again. I've told a few close friends what happened, but they either think I was just freaking myself out, or they pretend to believe me while clearly thinking I'm exaggerating. Sometimes I wonder if maybe I did imagine it all. Stress, lack of sleep, who knows? But then I remember that growl, that deep, vibrating growl from absolutely nothing, and I know what I experienced was real. I did some research after it happened, looking up the history of the funeral home and the park. Nothing particularly stood out. No tragic deaths involving dogs or their owners, no cemetery underneath the park or anything like that. But sometimes I wonder if whatever followed me that day wasn't connected to a place so much as what happens in that place. Like maybe whatever it was had just arrived at the funeral home. And for some reason, it decided to follow me. I still go out of my way to avoid walking anywhere near the funeral home. Even driving past it makes my heart rate spike. I've never experienced anything like it again, and I hope I never do. But the worst part is not knowing, not understanding what it was or why it happened to me. All I know for sure is that something invisible followed me that day. Something with heavy boots and a dog. Something that could walk through water without making a splash. Something that growled, and sometimes, especially on foggy days, I could swear I still hear the faint jingling of a collar when I'm alone. Story 3. I've never really shared this stuff with anyone outside my family. Not because it's scary, it's not, mostly. But because people tend to either think you're crazy or they get all weird and obsessed with it. But I need to tell someone who might understand, and I guess strangers on the internet are as good as anyone. I live in Heatherton, a tiny village that barely shows up on maps. Our house is actually an old converted barn that sits on a hill overlooking the village. My grandparents bought it in 1962 after my Uncle David died. He was only 13, meningitis, and I think converting this old rundown barn was their way of channeling grief into something positive. My dad was only a baby then. The hill our house sits on has some history to it. Local historians believe it might be an Anglo-Saxon burial ground from way back. There are these weird depressions in the ground around the property that apparently match the patterns of ancient burial sites. I've grown up with this knowledge, so it's never bothered me much. After my grandparents died, Granddad in 2011 from cancer, Gran followed 6 months later, my parents decided to move in. They said it was to preserve the family legacy. But I think they couldn't bear to sell a place with so much history. So it became our home. Me, my parents, my younger sister Lily, and our cats Patty and Lottie, plus our old Labrador, Max. The first time I noticed something weird was about 2 years ago. My boyfriend Jake was over, and my family was out for the day. We were watching a movie in the living room when I realized Patty wasn't around. We looked everywhere and eventually heard meowing coming from the upstairs bathroom. When I opened the door, Patty strolled out like nothing was wrong. But here's the thing, that bathroom door doesn't just swing shut. It's an old, heavy wooden door that latches in a weird way. You have to lift the handle up to open it. There's literally no way a cat could get trapped in there unless someone shut her in, and no one had been upstairs for hours. Jake laughed it off, saying maybe the door wasn't properly latched earlier. But I know that door. If it's not latched properly, it doesn't close at all. It just sits there half open. A few weeks later, my parents went away for the weekend, leaving me to house sit. Jake came over to keep me company. Around midnight, I went to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I caught movement in the mirror. Someone walking quickly past the open doorway behind me. Just a glimpse, but I definitely saw someone. My heart nearly stopped. I called out, "Jake!" and he answered from the kitchen, which is in the completely opposite direction. I raced downstairs to find him making a sandwich, nowhere near the bathroom, when I saw whatever I saw. I didn't tell him. I thought maybe I was just tired. But then came the night with Lottie that I still can't explain, no matter how I turn it over in my mind. It was storming badly, one of those proper country storms where the wind howls through every crack in these old walls. Lottie had been acting weird all evening, pacing by the front door. Eventually, when Jake opened it to bring in more firewood, she darted out into the darkness. I was worried sick. Lottie is an indoor cat who gets scared of her own shadow. After about an hour of calling for her in the rain, we gave up and figured she'd come back when she was ready. Around 2 a.m., I remembered I'd left the utility room window open a crack, just enough for a determined cat to squeeze through if she wanted to come in. I asked Jake if he could go check if she'd come back that way. He gave me the strangest look and said, "What are you talking about? Lottie's right there." I turned around and there was Lottie, casually emerging from under our bed, stretching like she'd been napping there for hours. Her fur was completely dry, not a drop of rain on her. "Did you let her in?" I asked Jake, completely confused. "No," he said slowly. "I thought you did." We both swear neither of us let that cat in. There's no cat flap. All windows and doors had been closed because of the storm, except for that tiny utility room opening, which we checked, and it was undisturbed, with cobwebs across it that would have broken if anything had passed through. That night, I barely slept. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I couldn't stop trying to figure out a logical explanation. There wasn't one. After that, I started noticing more things. The heavy wooden door that leads to our back porch will sometimes be wide open in the morning, despite being closed and secured with a doorstop the night before. My sister's bedroom, which used to be my grandfather's room where he died, is always freezing cold, even in summer with the heating on. The pendant lights in our kitchen will sometimes swing gently, as if caught in a breeze when there's no draft. My dad claims it's just the house settling, but they swing in perfect unison, which doesn't make sense if it's just random movement. Max, our usually chill Labrador, sometimes stands at the bottom of the staircase and growls at nothing. His hackles go up, and he refuses to go upstairs for hours afterward. My parents say he's just getting old and confused, but I don't think so. He's always looking at the same spot halfway up the stairs. One afternoon when I was alone in the house, I was sitting at the kitchen table doing some work when I heard footsteps above me. Slow, deliberate steps, crossing what would be my parents' bedroom. The sound was so clear, so unmistakably human. I called out, thinking maybe my sister had come home early from school. No answer. I went upstairs to check, and no one was there, of course. But the bedroom door was open, and I distinctly remembered it being closed earlier. On my grandparents' old dresser, which my mum now uses, a silver hairbrush had been moved from its usual spot to the center of the dresser, perfectly aligned with the edge. My mum is meticulous about her things and would never leave it like that. I should maybe mention that I've dabbled in witchcraft. Nothing serious, just some interest in natural remedies and a bit of meditation. I have a small collection of crystals and books about spiritual energy. Some people might think that makes me more susceptible to imagining ghostly things, but I actually think it's made me more sensitive to the energy in our home. And here's the thing. Whatever's in our house doesn't feel malicious. Not at all. If anything, there's a warmth to these strange occurrences. I've never felt afraid in my own home, just watched, protected even. Last Christmas, we had the whole extended family over. My cousin's little boy, who was about 4 at the time, kept talking about the nice old man who was sitting in the armchair by the fire. The chair was empty, of course. When my aunt asked him to describe the man, he said he had scratchy hands and a laugh like Santa. My grandfather had severe eczema on his hands and was known for his booming laugh. No one had told my cousin about my grandfather. He died years before the boy was born, and we don't keep photos of him in that room. The strangest experience happened just a month ago. I was home alone, studying late into the night. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak and groan that old buildings make. Around 2 a.m., I decided to make a cup of tea before bed. As I waited for the kettle to boil, I heard what sounded like someone humming softly. It was coming from the living room, a melody I recognized instantly as Blackbird by the Beatles. My grandmother used to hum that exact song while she gardened or cooked. I wasn't scared, just curious. I walked slowly to the living room doorway, and the humming stopped. The room was empty, but the air felt different, heavier somehow, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. Then I noticed something that made my skin prickle with goosebumps. On the coffee table was a single playing card, the Queen of Hearts. My grandmother and I used to play rummy for hours, and she always kept the Queen of Hearts as her lucky card if she could. I hadn't played cards in that room for years. We don't even keep a deck in the living room. The cards are stored in a drawer in the kitchen. I picked up the card, and as I did, the room suddenly felt normal again. The heavy feeling dissipated instantly. I still have that card. I keep it in my wallet now. Just last week, something happened that still has me questioning everything. It was a regular Tuesday evening. Jake was over for dinner, and my parents were at some village committee meeting. My sister was at a friend's house for a sleepover. We had just finished eating when the power went out. Not unusual in our area during bad weather, but it was a perfectly clear night. Jake went to check the fuse box in the utility room while I hunted for candles. I found some in the kitchen drawer and was fumbling with matches when I heard Jake call my name from upstairs. I froze. Jake had just walked into the utility room, which is definitely downstairs. "Jake!" I called out uncertainly. "Yeah," he answered from the utility room. "Did you just call me from upstairs?" He emerged from the utility room looking confused. "No, I've been checking the fuses. They all seem fine." As we stood there in the kitchen, lit only by my phone's flashlight, we both heard it. Footsteps upstairs, moving from my parents' room toward the stairs. Heavy, deliberate steps. Jake grabbed a kitchen knife, which seemed silly in retrospect, but felt necessary at the moment, and we both moved to the bottom of the stairs. The footsteps had stopped. "Hello?" Jake called out, his voice steady despite the knife gripped tightly in his hand. Silence. Then, clear as day, 3 loud knocks came from the top of the stairs. Not random creaks or the house settling, deliberate, evenly spaced knocks, like someone was announcing their presence. Before either of us could react, the lights came back on, flooding the stairwell with sudden brightness. No one was there. Nothing was disturbed. Everything was exactly as it should be, except for one thing. When we went upstairs to check, every door along the hallway was closed. My bedroom, my sister's room, my parents' room, the bathroom. Earlier that evening, they had all been open. I know how this all sounds. Trust me, I've gone over every possible rational explanation. Carbon monoxide. We have detectors throughout the house that have never gone off. Sleep deprivation. Some of these things happened in broad daylight with multiple witnesses. Drafts and old house sounds. Maybe for some of it, but not all. I've never felt like I needed to cleanse the house or call in a medium or anything dramatic like that. Whatever, or whoever is here, doesn't mean us harm. I genuinely believe it's my grandparents watching over us, or at least their energy lingering in a place they loved so deeply. Sometimes I'll catch a whiff of my grandfather's pipe tobacco, even though no one in our family smokes. Or I'll hear my grandmother's favorite teacup rattling in the china cabinet when no one's near it. The cats seem to know something's there. They'll often stare intently at empty corners, or suddenly start purring when lying alone on my grandparents' old armchair. Sometimes they'll bat at the air as if playing with invisible strings. Last night, I woke up around 3 a.m. for no reason. My room was freezing cold despite the warm spring weather. As I sat up to grab an extra blanket, I saw something that I'm still trying to process. There was a faint bluish light at the foot of my bed. Not quite a shape, more like a disturbance in the air, like heat rising from pavement in summer. It hovered there for maybe 10 seconds, then slowly drifted toward my bedroom door and disappeared into the hallway. I wasn't afraid. If anything, I felt calm, protected. I got up and followed it into the hall, but it was gone. All the doors were closed again and the house was silent. As I turned to go back to my room, I heard a soft click from my sister's room, the sound of her bedside lamp being turned on. But my sister was at university 2 hours away. I hesitated, then gently opened her door. The room was empty, the bed neatly made as she'd left it weeks ago. And the lamp was on, the old brass one that used to sit on my grandfather's bedside table in that very room where he spent his final days. I stood there, hands still on the doorknob, completely bewildered. Then I noticed something on the bed, a small, weathered book I'd never seen before. I picked it up with trembling hands. It was a journal, the pages yellowed with age. Inside, in my grandfather's distinctive handwriting, was an entry dated just a week before he died. It read, "I worry about leaving this place, not because I fear what comes next, but because I've put so much of myself into these walls. Margaret says I'm being silly, that our love for this house and for each other isn't going anywhere. Perhaps she's right. Perhaps we'll find a way to stay, to watch over the little ones yet to come." I closed the journal, my eyes filling with tears. I have no logical explanation for how that book appeared on my sister's bed. It wasn't there earlier in the day when I changed her sheets. My parents have never mentioned my grandfather keeping a journal. I haven't told anyone about finding it. I've hidden it in my dresser drawer for now. I'm not sure what to do with it or what it means. All I know is that something impossible happened in our house last night, and somehow it feels like the most natural thing in the world. I don't expect anyone to believe all this. Most days, I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I know what I've experienced. I know what I've seen and heard and felt, and I know that in our old barn on the hill, we're not quite alone. The strangest part? I wouldn't have it any other way. Story 4. That summer, my older brother Jake, 11, and sister Emma, 13, got to visit our real dad in California for 2 weeks. I was supposed to go too, but I'd gotten strep throat the week before they were set to leave, and the doctor said I couldn't travel. I remember crying when the car pulled away, my siblings waving from the back window while I stood on the porch with my mom, still feeling sick and sorry for myself. The first few nights after they left weren't so bad. I was still recovering, and Mom let me sleep in her and my stepdad Mike's room. But by the 4th night, Mike said I needed to be a big girl and sleep in my own room. I remember the pit that formed in my stomach when he said that. I'd never slept alone in that room before. Emma had always been there, in the bed across from mine, her steady breathing a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. Our bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, and it was always unnaturally dark, even during the day. The window faced an old oak tree that blocked most of the sunlight, and no matter how many lamps we added, the shadows always seemed to linger in the corners. Emma used to joke that the previous owners must have painted the walls with darkness. That night, Mom tucked me in around 8:30. She left my teddy bear nightlight on and promised to check on me before she went to bed. I remember watching her shadow disappear down the hallway, listening to her footsteps on the creaky stairs, feeling a cold emptiness settle around me as Emma's bed sat there, neatly made and empty. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I remember waking up suddenly. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:17 a.m. At first I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The house was silent except for the usual settling noises and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound coming from across the room. From Emma's bed, tap, tap, tap. My whole body went cold. The tapping was deliberate, like fingers drumming impatiently on the mattress. I lay completely still, hoping whatever it was would think I was asleep and go away. Tap, tap, tap. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, but curiosity and fear were battling inside me. After what felt like forever, I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to look. Slowly, I rolled over to face Emma's side of the room. What I saw there makes my stomach turn even now. Sitting on my sister's bed was a figure. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Its skin was a chalky, unnatural white that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of my teddy bear nightlight. But it was the eyes that made me stop breathing. They were completely black, like holes cut into its face. No whites, no pupils, just empty blackness that seemed to absorb the darkness around it. Its long, thin fingers were tapping on Emma's mattress in that same rhythm I'd heard. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared at it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. Then it spoke. "I know you're awake." The voice wasn't loud. It was almost a whisper, but it carried across the room perfectly clear. It wasn't a child's voice or an adult's voice. It wasn't angry or friendly. It was just empty, hollow, like the words were coming from somewhere else and being played through this thing's mouth. "I know you're awake," it repeated, still tapping. I wanted to call for my mom, but my voice was trapped somewhere deep in my chest. I couldn't even whimper. The thing tilted its head to the side at an impossible angle, like its neck was made of rubber. Then, slowly, it stood up from Emma's bed. It was tall, taller than my stepdad, and thin, with arms that hung down past where its knees should have been. It took a step toward my bed, still tapping its fingers together now. Tap, tap, tap. "I know you're awake," it said again. I finally managed to move, yanking my blanket over my head in one desperate motion. I curled into a ball, shaking so hard the bed frame rattled slightly. I could hear my own breathing, hot and fast against the fabric. The tapping got closer. I could tell it was right next to my bed now. "I know you're awake." The voice was right beside my ear, only separated by the thin barrier of my blanket. I bit my lip until I tasted blood, trying not to make a sound. "I know you're awake." Tap, tap, tap. I don't know how long I stayed like that, huddled under my blanket, listening to those words repeat over and over. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion and terror, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight filtering through my window. For a split second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. But then I noticed something on Emma's bed. The covers had been disturbed, like someone had been sitting there, and on the mattress was a faint, dusty handprint that looked too big to belong to any of us. I was staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, when something moved in my peripheral vision. I looked up at the wall beside my bed just in time to see a white something float across it. It wasn't exactly solid, but it wasn't transparent either. The closest I can describe it is like a quick-flying white possum, but even that doesn't quite capture it. It moved in a weird, undulating way across my wall and then just went through my closed bedroom door. The strangest part? I wasn't scared anymore. It was like something had shifted inside me overnight. I felt almost proud, like I'd faced something terrible and survived. When I went downstairs for breakfast, I actually bragged to Mike about it. "Something was in my room last night," I announced as he poured his coffee. He barely looked up. Just a bad dream, kiddo. No, it was real. It had black eyes and it kept saying, "I know you're awake." That got his attention. He looked at me strangely, like he was trying to figure out if I was making it up. And this morning, I saw it leave. It went right through my door. Mom came in then and told me to stop making up stories. They both dismissed it completely, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. For the rest of that summer, nothing else happened. My siblings came home, life went back to normal, and I never slept alone in that room again. But sometimes, when the house was quiet at night, I'd hear that faint tapping somewhere in the distance. As I got older, I became obsessed with finding out more about our house. I spent hours at the local library and later online trying to uncover its history. But there was nothing unusual, no tragic deaths, no missing children, nothing that would explain what I saw. The house had been built in the 1920s and had changed hands about a dozen times before my stepdad bought it, but there was no record of anything strange happening there. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move. Maybe it was an overactive imagination combined with the stress of being separated from my siblings and sleeping alone for the first time. Maybe it was just a dream so vivid that it felt real. But none of those explanations account for the handprint I saw the next morning, or the white shape that floated through my door, or the very specific way it tapped, a rhythm I can still hear perfectly in my head all these years later. Even now, as an adult living halfway across the country, I sometimes wake up at exactly 2:17 a.m. for no reason at all, and in that moment between sleep and wakefulness, I swear I can hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I know you're awake. We moved out of that house when I was 12 after Mike and Mom split up. I've never been back to Millfield, and I have no desire to return. But that experience changed me. It opened a door in my mind to the possibility that there are things in this world that can't be explained. Things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. I've spent most of my adult life researching paranormal phenomena, trying to find something, anything, that matches what I experienced. I've read countless accounts of hauntings and visitations, joined paranormal investigation groups, even participated in a few overnight stays at supposedly haunted locations. Nothing has ever come close to what I felt in that room. I'm 27 now, and I still sleep with a nightlight. I still can't stand to be in a room with an empty bed. And I still find myself holding my breath whenever I hear a tapping sound. The worst part is not knowing what it was or what it wanted. Was it trying to harm me? Was it just curious? Was it somehow attached to the house? Or to me specifically? These questions haunt me more than the memory itself. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there in that old farmhouse with the rusty green roof, sitting on what used to be Emma's bed, tapping its long fingers against the mattress, waiting for another child to wake up in the middle of the night. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it followed me. If one night I'll roll over and see it sitting on the edge of my bed, its black eyes staring into mine, its hollow voice whispering the words I can never forget. I know you're awake. I never told Emma or Jake about what happened. Somehow, it felt like something that should stay private, a secret between me and whatever visited me that night. But I'm sharing it now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Sometimes I think I imagined the whole thing. Other times, I'm absolutely certain it was real. Either way, that night in the farmhouse marked me somehow. It was like being initiated into a world most people never see, a world that exists alongside ours, occasionally reaching through to remind us that what we know is just a fraction of what's out there. If you've read this far, thank you. I don't expect answers or explanations. I just needed to finally put this experience into words, to release it from where it's been living inside me all these years. But if you ever find yourself suddenly awake at 2:17 a.m., hearing a strange tapping sound in the darkness. Don't look, just pull the covers over your head and wait for morning. Trust me on this. Story 5. I've never been comfortable sharing this, but after finding this community, I think it's time. Maybe writing it all down will finally help me process what happened in that house. I lived there for most of my childhood, and even now, years later, I can't explain the things I experienced. Our house in the Minneapolis suburbs looked completely normal from the outside. 2 stories, brick front, decent yard. Nothing that would make you look twice. My parents bought it when I was around 4, and we lived there until I was in middle school. But from almost the beginning, something felt off. I could never relax in that house, ever, especially in the living room that connected to our kitchen. I can't count how many times I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV or doing homework and get this overwhelming sensation that someone was standing right behind me. I'd whip my head around so fast I'd get dizzy, hoping to see my mum or dad, but there was never anyone there. Then I'd go back to what I was doing, and within minutes, the feeling would return. My mom used to ask why I kept looking over my shoulder all the time. I tried explaining, but she'd just say, "Morgan, you have such an active imagination." I stopped telling her eventually, but I never stopped checking. The strange thing was, I never felt threatened exactly. Whatever was in our house wasn't malevolent, at least not overtly, but it was aware. It knew I was there, and it wanted me to know it was there too. 3 specific experiences stand out even now. They're burned into my memory. The first happened when I was 10, just starting 5th grade. I remember it was the night before school started because I was nervous about my new teacher. I'd laid out my favorite outfit, a blue sweater and jeans, and my mom had packed my lunch the night before. I went to bed early, around 8:30. I woke up suddenly at what must have been around 4 a.m. My room was still dark, but there was some faint light coming through my curtains from the street lamp outside. As I blinked away sleep, I realized I wasn't alone in my bed. There was this figure next to me. At first, it looked like a fuzzy grey blob, kind of out of focus. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but as I stared at it, the shape became more defined. It was person-shaped, just lying there next to me, on top of my covers. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I just froze completely. I remember this weird buzzing in my ears, like when you stand up too fast. The longer I looked, the more solid the figure seemed to become. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt. I counted to 10 in my head over and over, trying to convince myself I was just having a weird waking dream. When my dad came in to wake me for school around 6:30, the figure was gone. I never told him what happened. I was scared he wouldn't believe me, or worse, that saying it out loud would make it real. The second incident happened about a year later when I was in 6th grade. My parents both worked, and I was a latchkey kid. This one afternoon I got home from school, and nobody else was home yet. Normal routine. I'd grab a snack, watch some TV, then do my homework. I went upstairs to take a shower. Our bathroom had this old, heavy wooden door with a lock that actually worked, unlike most of the doors in our house. I always locked it, even when I was home alone. Just habit, I guess. I had just gotten out of the shower and was getting dressed when the bathroom door swung open. Not just a little, it flew open hard enough to bang against the wall. I was standing there half-dressed, dripping wet, completely freaked out. My first thought was that one of my parents had come home early. "Hello," I called out. Nothing. I wrapped a towel around myself and checked the whole house. Empty. Every single window was closed. The front and back doors were still locked. There was no way a draft could have pushed that heavy door open, especially not with enough force to slam it against the wall. And it had been locked. I know it had been locked. I spent the rest of the afternoon sitting on the front porch waiting for my parents. Even though it was getting cold, I couldn't be in that house alone another minute. The third and most terrifying experience happened right before we moved. I was almost 13. Most of my room was packed up. Just my bed remained, pushed to the center of the room, surrounded by empty space where my desk and dresser used to be. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, excited about the move, but also a little sad about leaving my friends. The house was quiet. My parents had gone to bed hours ago. Then I heard it, a distinct cutting sound. You know that sound scissors make? That metal scraping against metal sound when you open and close them? That's what I heard, clear as day, coming from the corner of my empty room. I sat up, scanning the darkness. There was nothing there that could make that sound. All my scissors were packed. The sound stopped the moment I sat up. Then I saw it. In the corner where my bookshelf used to be stood a figure, darker than the darkness around it. It wasn't grey and fuzzy like the one from years ago. This was pitch black, absorbing what little light was in the room. I couldn't make out features, but I knew it was looking at me. I felt its attention like a physical weight. I slowly laid back down, pulled the covers over my head, and tried to calm my racing heart. I kept telling myself, one more night, just one more night in this house. That's when I heard the sigh, right next to my ear, through the blanket. An unmistakably female sound of exasperation, like someone who'd been trying to get my attention for a long time and was finally giving up. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there, eyes squeezed shut, until somehow I fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. The next morning I helped load the last of our belongings into the moving truck, and we left that house forever. I never told my parents about that last night. It wasn't until years later that my parents and I were reminiscing about our old house, and my mom casually mentioned how she was glad our new house wasn't weird like the old one. I nearly choked on my drink. What do you mean, weird? Mom and Dad exchanged glances. You know, my dad said, the pictures always falling off the walls for no reason, things not being where we left them. My mom nodded. Remember that time all the cabinet doors in the kitchen were open when we got home, and no one had been there? I sat there stunned. All those years I thought I was the only one who noticed the strangeness. They had seen it too, but we'd never talked about it. The weirdest part. The day we moved into our new house, that constant feeling of being watched vanished. Completely. It was like stepping out of a fog I hadn't even realized I was in. I stopped checking over my shoulder. I could sit with my back to a door without feeling anxious. I could sleep with the lights off. That's when I knew for sure. It wasn't me. It wasn't my imagination. There was something in that house, something that stayed behind when we left. I've looked up our old address online a few times. The house has been sold twice since we lived there. I sometimes wonder if the current residents feel it too. That presence that's not quite threatening, but never lets you forget it's there. Do they check over their shoulders? Do they wake up to find they're not alone in their beds? I don't believe in most supernatural stuff. I'm pretty skeptical about ghost stories and urban legends. But I know what I experienced, I know what I felt in that house, and I know it was real. The thing that bothers me most, looking back, isn't the fear I felt. It's the realization that whatever was in that house wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to communicate, and I never figured out what it wanted to say. Sometimes I still hear that sigh in my dreams, that sound of frustration and surrender, like it had been trying to tell me something important, and I'd failed to understand, and now I never will. Story 6. I've never been the type of guy who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up in Ashwood, in that massive old house that used to be the town's post office, I always thought the creaks and weird noises were just what comes with living in a place built in the early 1900s. That house had so much character. 3 full stories with these weirdly shaped rooms, narrow hallways, and those old-fashioned wooden floors that announced every step you took. Being the local kid with the creepy house, I definitely played it up sometimes. My friends would come over and I'd make up these ridiculous ghost stories about mail carriers who died on the job or packages that disappeared. Total bullshit. But it was fun watching them get all freaked out. I never actually believed any of it myself. That changed during Thanksgiving break my senior year of high school. I was 18 and my parents had decided to go visit my aunt in Colorado for the week. They trusted me enough to leave me alone at the house. First time ever. I was psyched about having the place to myself, thinking about the parties I could throw, or just the freedom of not having anyone checking what time I got home. The first couple days were pretty uneventful. I mostly played video games, ordered pizza, and enjoyed not having anyone tell me to clean up after myself. By Tuesday night, I was actually getting a little bored of having the house to myself. That's when I texted Ben, my best friend since middle school, to come hang out. Ben showed up around 7 p.m. with a six-pack he'd stolen from his dad's fridge. We weren't big drinkers or anything, but no parents meant we could have a couple beers without worrying about getting caught. We decided to hang out on the back porch since it was enclosed and had a little space heater my dad kept out there. It was pretty cold for November, maybe 40 degrees, but with the heater going, it was comfortable enough. The back porch was my favorite spot in the house. It had these massive windows that went from floor to ceiling, giving a perfect view of our backyard and the woods beyond. The windows were one-way glass. You could see out clearly, but from the outside, they were completely mirrored. My dad had them installed a few years back because my mom wanted privacy while still being able to enjoy the view. Ben and I were just shooting the shit, talking about college applications and this girl he liked, when it happened. It was around 9:30 p.m., dark as hell outside. We were each on our second beer when there was this absolutely violent pounding on the glass door. Not knocking, pounding. Like someone was hitting it with their entire fist, full force. The sound was so sudden and so loud that Ben actually spilled his beer all over himself. I jumped up so fast, I knocked over the little folding table between us. The pounding continued, bang, 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 furious, like someone was truly angry. My first thought, honestly, was that it was my parents. Maybe they'd come home early and caught us drinking. Through the glass, I could see it was completely dark outside, but the motion sensor floodlight hadn't turned on, which was weird. "Shit, is that your parents?" Ben whispered, already trying to hide his beer. "I don't know," I said, heart racing. "They're supposed to be in Colorado until Saturday." The banging continued, and it was so forceful I was genuinely surprised the glass didn't shatter. It wasn't rhythmic like someone knocking to get attention. It was chaotic and aggressive. Between the bangs, I could swear I heard something like heavy breathing or maybe grunting. "We should answer it," Ben said, but neither of us moved. Something felt really off about the whole situation. Finally, after what felt like forever, but was probably only 20-30 seconds, the banging stopped. Ben and I looked at each other, both clearly freaked out. "Hello?" I called out, moving toward the door cautiously. "Mom? Dad?" No response. I took a deep breath and quickly flipped the switch that turned on all the exterior lights. The entire backyard lit up brightly, but there was no one there. Not a single person. Just the empty deck, the yard, and the edge of the woods, maybe 50 feet back. "What the fuck?" I remember saying. "Did you see anyone?" Ben shook his head. "No, but they must have run away when you turned on the lights." That made sense, but something didn't add up. Our backyard was completely open. No fences, no structures to hide behind. Anyone running away would have been completely visible, at least until they reached the woods. And it would take a good 10-15 seconds to sprint from our back door to the tree line. There's no way they could have disappeared that quickly. "Let's go inside," Ben suggested, and I agreed immediately. We closed and locked the back door, then went through the entire house, checking all the doors and windows. Everything was locked up tight. We even did a full sweep of all 3 floors, checking closets and underbeds like a couple of scared kids. Nothing. No sign of anyone. We debated calling the cops, but what would we say? Someone knocked really aggressively and then disappeared. They'd think we were just drunk teenagers wasting their time. So we tried to laugh it off, blamed it on some neighborhood kids playing pranks, and tried to go back to hanging out. But the mood was killed. Ben went home around 11, and I made sure to double-check all the locks before going to bed. I even pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door, something I'd never done before. That's how rattled I was. I managed to fall asleep eventually, but I kept waking up throughout the night, thinking I heard footsteps or knocking. The old house made plenty of normal settling noises, but that night, every single creak had me sitting up in bed, heart pounding. The next day, Wednesday, I tried to forget about it. I told myself it was probably just some drunk person who got the wrong house, or maybe even a deer or something bumping against the glass. I spent the day playing video games and texting friends, trying to distract myself. Wednesday night was uneventful, though I still had trouble sleeping. I remember lying in bed, staring at the walls of my room, which were covered in posters, mostly bands like Arctic Monkeys, The Strokes, and some old movie posters my dad had given me. I remember specifically looking at this vintage The Thing poster and thinking about how the creature in that movie could be anybody. That probably didn't help my paranoia. Thursday was Thanksgiving. I was supposed to go to my girlfriend Megan's house for dinner, but I woke up feeling like complete shit, like I hadn't slept at all. I called Megan and told her I thought I was coming down with something and wouldn't make it. She was disappointed but understood. I spent most of Thursday sleeping on and off, feeling genuinely exhausted. Looking back, I wonder if it was just the stress catching up to me or something else. I went to bed early that night, around 9 p.m., after taking some NyQuil to help me sleep. That's when the weirdest part of this whole thing happened. I woke up Friday morning around 8 a.m. As I opened my eyes and sat up in bed, something felt immediately different about my room. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. All my posters were gone. Every single one. I'm not talking about them falling down or anything. They were completely removed from the walls. The walls were bare, just the slightly different colored patches where the posters had protected the paint from fading. My heart started racing immediately. I jumped out of bed and looked around the room frantically. That's when I spotted them. All of my posters, maybe 15, 20 in total, were neatly folded and stacked on my desk chair. Not thrown in a pile, not crumpled up. Neatly folded, almost like laundry. I stood there, completely frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. These weren't just small posters you could quickly take down and fold up. Some of them were huge. The kind of blue jazz poster from my dad was like 5 feet. Taking them all down, especially so carefully, would have taken at least 30-40 minutes. I know I didn't do it. There's absolutely no way I got up in the middle of the night, meticulously removed every poster from my walls, folded them with care, and stacked them on my chair, all without remembering any of it. I've never had issues with sleepwalking or anything like that. I immediately ran through the entire house again, checking every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing was disturbed anywhere else. No signs of forced entry. All doors and windows still locked from the inside. I called Ben immediately, my hands shaking so bad I could barely dial. "Dude, you need to come over right now," I told him, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Just come over, please." Ben arrived about 20 minutes later, and I showed him my room. He was just as freaked out as I was. We went through the entire house again together, looking for any explanation. Nothing made sense. The only person who had a key to the house besides me was my parents, and they were still in Colorado. I had literally just texted with my mom that morning. "Do you think this is related to the knocking on Wednesday?" Ben asked, looking at the stack of folded posters. "I don't know what to think," I admitted. "But something's happening in this house. We spent the rest of the day together, barely leaving my room. I was too scared to be alone in the house now. I seriously considered calling my parents to come home early, but I didn't want to ruin their trip over what might just be... What? I couldn't even come up with a rational explanation. Sleepwalking seemed like the only semi-reasonable answer, but I'd never done anything like that before. And the precision, the neatness of it all, it didn't seem like something someone would do while unconscious. Ben stayed over Friday night, and we both slept in the living room with all the lights on. Nothing unusual happened that night or the next day. My parents came home Saturday evening as planned, and I never told them what happened. What would I even say? That I thought the house was haunted? That someone had somehow broken in without leaving any trace, just to fold my posters? The craziest part is that nothing strange ever happened in that house again. Not a single unexplained noise or moved object. I lived there until I left for college the following year, and my parents still live there now, 7 years later. I've spent so much time trying to make sense of those two incidents. Were they connected? Was someone messing with me? Was it actually something supernatural? I don't know. The only small detail I remembered later was that when I woke up that Friday morning, my bedroom window was open a tiny bit, maybe half an inch. I usually keep it closed, especially in November, but it's entirely possible I had opened it myself at some point and forgotten. To this day, I still can't explain what happened during that week. The violent knocking with no visible person, the meticulously removed and folded posters with no sign of intrusion. Nothing about it makes logical sense. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now, but I'm a lot less quick to dismiss other people's unexplained experiences. Sometimes things happen that just don't fit into our understanding of reality, and all you can do is accept that you might never know the truth. Story 7. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My twin brother Jake and I were raised in a pretty normal household in Cleveland where things like that weren't really discussed. But what happened after my grandfather's funeral changed everything I thought I knew about life and death, and I still can't explain it almost 15 years later. I was 12 when my grandfather got sick. It was sudden, complications after what was supposed to be a routine heart surgery in New York. The call came on a Tuesday night while Jake and I were doing homework at the kitchen table. I remember my dad's face going completely blank as he listened, then watching him slowly sit down at the counter like his legs couldn't hold him anymore. "How long?" was all he asked. That's when I knew it was bad, really bad. The thing is, my dad and grandfather hadn't spoken in years. Not since my grandparents' divorce, which was apparently really ugly. My dad took it hard, blamed my grandfather for everything and just cut him off. We barely knew our grandfather because of it. We'd see him maybe once a year when our grandmother would arrange something behind Dad's back. It was always awkward, but I remember liking him. He taught me how to bait a fishing hook the summer before, when we visited for a weekend. After the phone call, my dad paced around the house for hours. I heard him arguing with my mom in their bedroom that night. "I'm not going," he kept saying. After everything he did? No. But by morning, my grandmother had convinced him. Not for himself, she said, but for us, for Jake and me to say goodbye. So we packed up the car in a rush. I remember how quiet everyone was. My grandmother sat in the front with my dad, while Jake and I took the back seat. It was a long drive from Cleveland to New York, almost 8 hours straight through. My dad's knuckles were white on the steering wheel the whole time. We got to the hospital around 2 a.m. The hallways felt eerie at that hour, too bright, too quiet except for the beeping machines. My grandfather was in the ICU. A bunch of my dad's cousins were there in the waiting room, people I barely recognized from old photos. They all hugged my dad, but he stood there stiff as a board, hardly hugging back. "He's not going to make it through the night," one of the nurses told us. My grandmother started crying, Jake grabbed my hand, something he hadn't done since we were little kids. The worst part was watching my dad. He wouldn't go into the room. He literally stood in the hallway outside, while my grandmother took Jake and me in to say goodbye. My grandfather looked nothing like I remembered. His face was swollen, and there were tubes everywhere, in his nose, his mouth, his arms. Machines beeped all around him. He was unconscious, they said, but could maybe still hear us. My grandmother urged us to talk to him, so we did. I remember feeling stupid talking to someone who couldn't answer back. "Thanks for teaching me to fish last summer," I said, feeling tears coming even though I barely knew him. "I caught 3 bass at the lake near our house using that lure you gave me." Jake said something too, about a baseball game they'd watched together. Then the strangest thing happened. Just as we were about to leave, my grandfather's eyes opened. The nurses rushed in, checking the machines, but he was looking right at us. He couldn't talk because of the tube in his throat, but tears started running down his face. He lifted a shaky hand and reached toward us. My grandmother put her hand in his, and he squeezed it, still staring at Jake and me. "We love you, Dad," my grandmother said to him. "The boys came to say goodbye." I'll never forget the look in his eyes. It was like he was trying to memorize our faces, or maybe telling us something without words. That was it. We had to leave the room after that. My dad was still in the hallway, arms crossed, staring at the floor. He didn't ask what happened. He didn't say anything. My grandfather died 4 hours later at 6:38 a.m. My dad never went in to see him. The funeral was 2 days later. My dad was like a robot through the whole thing, showing no emotion while everyone around him was crying. Jake and I wore suits that were slightly too big for us, emergency purchases from a department store. I remember how weird it felt, wearing dress shoes that weren't broken in yet. After the funeral service, we went to the cemetery. It was cold for May, and I could see my breath in the air. Most people left after the prayers, but my dad stayed behind. He told my mom to take my grandmother to the car, that he needed a minute alone. For some reason, he wanted Jake and me to stay with him. We stood there awkwardly as everyone else walked away, leaving just the 3 of us and my grandfather's casket, which hadn't been lowered into the ground yet. Then something broke in my dad. He completely collapsed, falling to his knees by the casket, sobbing harder than I'd ever seen anyone cry in my life. It scared me. Parents aren't supposed to break down like that. "I'm sorry, Dad," he kept saying through his tears, his hand pressed against the wood of the casket. "I'm so sorry I never came to say goodbye." Jake and I just stood there, not knowing what to do. Eventually my dad got up, wiped his face, and walked us back to the car like nothing had happened. He never mentioned it again. We drove back to Cleveland that same day. That's when things started getting weird. The first night home, I woke up around 3 a.m. feeling like someone was watching me. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway with Jake's right next to mine. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure standing in my doorway, the silhouette of a man, just standing there, completely still. I froze, too terrified to scream. I couldn't make out any features, just a shadow, darker than the darkness around it. After what felt like forever, it turned and moved away. I heard Jake's door open, then silence. The next morning, Jake looked terrible at breakfast. Before I could say anything, he blurted out, "Someone was in my room last night." My parents exchanged worried looks. "You were dreaming, honey," my mom said. But I knew better. "I saw him too," I said quietly, "standing in my doorway first." My dad's face went pale. "It was probably just me checking on you boys in the night," he said, but his voice shook a little. That day we found the first photograph. It was an old picture of my grandfather from his fishing days, standing on a dock holding up a huge pike. The weird thing was, this photo had been in an album in the attic for years. Now it was sitting on the coffee table in our living room. "Did you put this here?" My mom asked my grandmother, who was staying with us for a few days after the funeral. She shook her head, looking confused. I haven't opened those albums in years. The next night, it happened again. The shadowy figure, this time lingering longer in my doorway. I pulled the covers over my head, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally got the courage to peek out, it was gone. But Jake saw it too. He was just standing there watching me, he whispered at breakfast. I couldn't move. My parents were really concerned now. My dad checked all the locks, installed a new security system. My mom suggested we were both just processing our grief in a strange way. Then more photos started appearing. A picture of my grandfather at his college graduation on the kitchen counter. A photo of him holding my dad as a baby on the nightstand in the guest room. A wedding photo of him and my grandmother propped against the lamp in the hallway. None of these photos had been unpacked or displayed. They just kept appearing. My parents tried to be rational. Maybe my grandmother was placing them around the house, but she denied it, looking almost frightened herself. Maybe Jake and I were doing it for attention, but we swore we weren't. The shadow man came again the third night, and the fourth, always starting at my door, then moving to Jake's. Jake was terrified, hardly sleeping. I wasn't much better. By the fifth night, my dad decided to sleep in Jake's room to prove there was nothing to be afraid of. He made a little bed on the floor next to Jake's bed. See? Nothing's going to bother you with me here, he said, trying to sound confident. I lay awake in my own room, waiting. Around 2:30 a.m., I saw it again, the shadow man in my doorway. This time I forced myself to look directly at it. As my eyes adjusted, I could almost make out features, the shape of shoulders, the outline of a head. It stood there longer than before, as if making sure I saw it, then turned and walked toward Jake's room. I heard my dad yell. Not a scream exactly, but a startled shout. Then Jake's door slammed shut. I ran to their room. Jake was sitting up in bed, and my dad was standing by the door, hands still on the knob, looking shaken. "Did you see that?" he asked me, his voice hoarse. I nodded, unable to speak. It looked like... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. It looked like my grandfather. The next morning, we found more photos. This time, they were arranged in a line on the dining room table. Pictures showing my dad growing up with my grandfather. Fishing trips, baseball games, graduation, and at the end of the line, the last photo ever taken of them together, years before the falling out. My dad sat at the table for a long time, just staring at those photos. When my mum tried to comfort him, he shrugged her off. He never dreamed, my mom told us later. Your father, he's never remembered a dream in his entire life. But that night, my dad had a dream. He woke us all up around dawn, his face streaked with tears, but looking somehow lighter, like something heavy had been lifted from him. He gathered us in the kitchen, hands shaking as he made coffee. "I saw him," he said. "My father. We were fishing at the lake where we used to go when I was a kid." In the dream, my dad said, they just fished in silence for a while. Then my grandfather turned to him and said, "I'm sorry for scaring the boy. Tyler, I just wanted to see him one more time." "He knew your name," my dad said, looking at me with wide eyes. "And he said he just wanted to talk to me one more time, too. To tell me he was sorry for everything." In the dream, my grandfather told my dad he forgave him for not coming to say goodbye in the hospital. "Holding on to anger only hurts yourself," he'd said. Then they hugged, and my grandfather walked away into the woods surrounding the lake, turning once to wave goodbye. "It wasn't just a dream," my dad insisted. "It was really him. I know it was." That was the last night the shadow man appeared. The photos stopped moving around too. Everything just went back to normal, like whatever unfinished business my grandfather had was finally settled. My dad changed after that. He started talking about my grandfather more, telling us stories from his childhood, showing us old movies they used to watch together. It was like he'd found a way to let go of whatever anger he'd been holding onto for all those years. I don't know what to make of what happened. I'm an adult now, with a logical mind and a decent education, and I still can't explain it. Was it grief playing tricks on all of us? Was it really my grandfather's spirit trying to reconnect with my dad? All I know is what I saw, that shadowy figure in my doorway, night after night, and how, after my dad's dream, it never came back. Sometimes I still think about that moment in the hospital, when my grandfather opened his eyes and looked at us. I think maybe he already knew he'd be coming back, in his way, to finish what was left undone. I haven't told many people this story. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud. But Jake remembers it the same way I do. And my dad, who never believed in anything he couldn't see or touch, now keeps a fishing lure that belonged to my grandfather in his wallet at all times. Some things just can't be explained, I guess. And maybe they're not meant to be. Story 8. I never thought I'd be the person posting something like this. But after 5 years of what I've experienced, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has dealt with something similar or can explain what's been happening in my apartment. Back in 2018, I found what seemed like the perfect place. A spacious one-bedroom in an old Victorian house that had been converted into a triplex in Oakville's historic district. The rent was surprisingly reasonable, especially considering the neighborhood, and I was excited about the original hardwood floors, high ceilings, and all the character that came with an older building. I remember the day I moved in so clearly. It was mid-July, unbearably humid, and I was sweating buckets as I carried box after box up the narrow staircase to the second floor. The landlord had mentioned the building dated back to the 1890s, but had been completely rewired and updated about 15 years ago. The place had good bones, he said, if only I'd known what else it had. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I was unpacking the last of my kitchen stuff when I heard a sound from down the hallway. At first I thought maybe it was the upstairs neighbor walking around, but then I realized it was coming from inside my apartment. When I went to check, I found the bathroom door standing wide open. Now here's the thing. I specifically remember closing that door because I'd just cleaned the bathroom and wanted to keep my cat, Milo, from going in there while the floor was still wet. The door had been firmly shut and there was no draft in the apartment that could have pushed it open. I brushed it off as nothing. Maybe I hadn't closed it properly. Maybe the house was settling. Old buildings make noises, right? But then it happened again, and again, and again. It was always the same. I'd close a door completely, hear a noise a little while later, and find the door standing open. At first, it was just the bathroom door, but soon it was happening with my bedroom door, and the closet in the hallway too. The doors would never slam open dramatically like in horror movies. They would just push themselves open, slowly and deliberately, as if someone was on the other side, gently pressing against them. I started testing the doors, making sure the latches caught properly. I'd wiggle the doorknobs after closing them to confirm they were secure. They always were, yet somehow they'd still end up open. About 2 months after moving in, I was taking a shower before work when I heard a loud clatter. I pulled back the curtain to find all my toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, face wash, everything, scattered across the floor. These weren't items precariously balanced on the edge of a shelf. They were placed securely in the middle of a wide shower caddy. There was no reason for them to suddenly fly off like that. My heart was pounding as I quickly finished my shower, got dressed and left for work. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe vibrations from a truck passing outside. Maybe the shower caddy had finally given out after years of use. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The first time I was genuinely terrified happened about 3 months in. I was home alone on a Friday night, curled up on the couch watching Netflix. Milo was sleeping beside me, and all the doors in the apartment were closed because it was starting to get chilly outside, and I wanted to keep the heat in the living room. I paused the show to go grab some water from the kitchen, and as I was filling my glass, I heard the distinct sound of my bedroom door opening. Not creaking, not settling, opening. The specific sound of the door pushing against the carpet and then swinging free. My entire body went cold. Milo was still on the couch, so it wasn't him. There was nobody else in the apartment. I stood frozen in the kitchen, afraid to look down the hall, but eventually I forced myself to. Sure enough, my bedroom door was standing wide open. I didn't sleep well that night, or many nights after. When my boyfriend Jake started staying over regularly, I didn't tell him about the doors at first. I was worried he'd think I was making it up or that I was somehow losing it. But then one morning, while I was out getting coffee, he texted me. "Did you come back to the apartment? The bathroom door just opened by itself." I felt an odd mix of relief and dread. Relief that someone else had witnessed it, that I wasn't imagining things. Dread because now I knew for certain something strange was happening in my apartment. Jake's 6-year-old son, Ethan, started staying with us every other weekend. The first few visits were fine, but then the night terrors began. He'd wake up screaming, inconsolable, claiming someone was in his room. We'd check, of course, but there was never anyone there. Just an open door that had definitely been closed when we put him to bed. These night terrors became a regular occurrence whenever Ethan stayed over. He'd always been a good sleeper at his mum's place, according to Jake, but at my apartment, he'd wake up terrified at least once a night. We tried leaving a nightlight on, keeping the door open, letting him sleep with us. Nothing helped. One night, I sat with him after a particularly bad episode, trying to calm him down. "What did you see, buddy?" I asked, stroking his hair. "The lady," he whispered, his eyes wide and still wet with tears. "She opens the door and stands there watching me." I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. I asked him what the lady looked like, but he just shook his head and buried his face against my shoulder. He never gave me a description, no matter how gently I pressed. Around 6 months into living there, I mentioned the door incidents to my friend Melissa over lunch. I tried to be casual about it, laughing it off as just a quirk of an old building. But Melissa didn't laugh. "Emma," she said seriously, "that sounds like you might have a ghost." I got goosebumps all over my arms. I'd been so focused on finding logical explanations, air pressure, uneven floors, faulty door latches, that I hadn't allowed myself to consider anything supernatural. But as soon as she said it, all the incidents lined up in my mind like puzzle pieces fitting together. The doors opening on their own, items being thrown from shelves, Ethan's night terrors about a watching woman. "Have you noticed anything else weird?" Melissa asked. "Cold spots, missing items, strange noises?" Now that she mentioned it, there was a spot in the hallway right outside the bathroom that always felt colder than the rest of the apartment, no matter how high I turned up the heat. And sometimes, when I was home alone, I could swear I heard footsteps in the kitchen when I was in bed, or in the bedroom when I was in the living room. I left lunch with Melissa feeling deeply unsettled. That night, I found myself looking over my shoulder constantly, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When the bathroom door pushed itself open while I was washing dishes, I nearly dropped a glass. For the next few weeks, the activity seemed to intensify. Doors opened more frequently. Once, I watched in horror as my bedroom door slowly swung open while I was sitting on the couch directly across from it. There was no draft, no logical explanation. It was as if an invisible hand had pushed it. Items would go missing, only to reappear in strange places. My car keys, which I always kept in a dish by the front door, turned up in the refrigerator. A bracelet I took off before showering wasn't on the bathroom counter where I left it, but somehow ended up under my pillow. The most disturbing incident happened about 8 months after I moved in. Jake was staying over, and we were both asleep when a tremendous crash woke us. We rushed to the kitchen to find every single cabinet door standing open and a stack of plates shattered on the floor. "What the hell?" Jake mumbled, still half asleep. "Did you stack these too high?" But I hadn't. The plates had been properly stored in the cabinet, nowhere near the edge. It was as if someone had deliberately pulled them out and dropped them. After that night, I seriously considered breaking my lease and moving out. But apartments in Oakville were expensive, and I really couldn't afford to lose my security deposit or pay rent on two places. Plus, part of me still wanted to find a logical explanation for everything. I started researching the history of the house online and at the local library. I couldn't find anything particularly sinister, no murders, no tragic deaths, nothing that would explain a haunting. The house had been built by a prominent local businessman in 1892, then passed down through his family until the 1970s, when it was sold and eventually converted into the triplex it is now. The only slightly unusual thing I discovered was that the businessman's wife had died relatively young, in her early 40s, from what newspaper archives vaguely described as a lengthy illness. She'd spent her final months confined to the house, specifically to a bedroom that, based on the original floor plans, would have been where my bathroom and part of my hallway now stood. That knowledge didn't exactly help me sleep better at night. Around the 1-year mark of living in the apartment, something changed. The door incidents continued, but I noticed Ethan's night terrors were becoming less frequent. By his 7th birthday, they had stopped completely. He still didn't like staying in the second bedroom alone, preferring to camp out on the living room sofa. But he wasn't waking up screaming anymore. The activity seemed to shift focus too. While doors still opened on their own, now smaller objects would move when I wasn't looking. I'd place my coffee mug on the table, turn away for a moment, and find it on the counter instead. I'd hang towels neatly in the bathroom, only to find them in a heap on the floor later. One evening, about 18 months into living there, I was home alone, folding laundry, when I heard the distinct sound of the bathroom door opening. By this point, I was almost used to it, but something made me call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" Silence. Of course. But then, as I walked past the bathroom to put away some clothes, I felt it, that cold spot in the hallway, more intense than ever before. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath actually fogged in front of my face, despite it being summer. I stood there, goosebumps rising on my arms, and for the first time, I spoke directly to whatever was in my apartment. "I live here now," I said firmly, though my voice shook slightly. "I'm not leaving. We need to find a way to coexist." Nothing dramatic happened, no sudden wind, no slamming doors. But that night, for the first time in months, all the doors stayed closed. It wasn't a permanent truce. The doors still open sometimes, items still move or fall, but it's become less frequent, less aggressive somehow. It's as if whatever is here has accepted my presence, or at least decided not to fight it so hard. I've lived in this apartment for 5 years now. Jake moved in permanently 2 years ago, and Ethan stays with us half the time. He's 11 now and has no memory of his night terrors, though he still insists on sleeping with a nightlight. I've grown accustomed to the strange occurrences. When a door opens unexpectedly, I simply say, "Good morning," or "Good evening," depending on the time of day. When I find objects moved, I just put them back without comment. It's an uneasy peace, but it's peace nonetheless. Jake thinks it's all explainable. Pressure changes in the old building, temperature fluctuations causing the wood to expand and contract, uneven floors making objects slide. Maybe he's right. That's certainly what I tell myself on bad days when the doors won't stay shut no matter how many times I close them. But sometimes, late at night when Jake is asleep beside me and I'm lying awake listening to the familiar creaks and groans of this old house, I swear I can hear soft footsteps pacing the hallway outside our bedroom. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow that doesn't match any object, a flutter like the hem of a long skirt disappearing around a corner. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I don't know if I want to believe in them. But I do know that something in this apartment isn't quite normal. And after 5 years, we've reached an understanding of sorts. So if you've experienced something similar, know you're not alone. And if you're considering moving into an old house with character and good bones, maybe check the history first. And perhaps invest in doorstops. Lots and lots of doorstops. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened that day, and it's been 15 years. I've tried talking to my brothers about it, but Lucas always dismisses it as a stupid prank, and Rory just shuts down completely. I've never told anyone else because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. I was 9 years old, living in Pinewood, one of those small towns where nothing ever happens, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. And the most exciting thing is when the grocery store gets a new ice cream flavor. We lived in a 2-story house with a basement. Nothing fancy but comfortable enough for my parents and us 3 boys. That morning started like any other. I woke up around 8 a.m., rubbing sleep from my eyes and expecting to hear my older brothers already fighting over the bathroom or the TV remote. But there was nothing, just silence. I remember sitting up in bed, immediately feeling something was off. Our house was never quiet, not with 3 boys. Lucas was 12 and Rory was 14, and they were always making noise, playing video games, arguing, whatever. But that morning, I couldn't hear a thing. "Lucas," I called out, thinking maybe they were still asleep. No answer. I climbed out of bed and padded down the hallway to my brother's rooms. Lucas's door was wide open, his bed empty and unmade. Rory's room was the same, no sign of him. I checked my parents' room next. My dad would be at work already. He left before 6 a.m. every day for his construction job. But Mom should have been in bed after her night shift at the hospital. Her bed was empty too. The sheets were rumpled like she'd slept there, but she was gone. Her phone was on the nightstand, which was weird because she never went anywhere without it. "Mom!" I called louder, feeling the first flutter of unease in my stomach. "Lucas? Rory?" Nothing, just that unnatural silence pressing against my ears. I went downstairs, expecting to find someone in the kitchen, maybe making breakfast. The kitchen was empty, dishes from the night before still in the sink. The living room was deserted too. I remember standing in the middle of the living room, that uneasy feeling growing stronger. It wasn't just that nobody was answering, it was the quality of the silence. It felt heavy, like the air itself was too thick, like the house was holding its breath. I turned on the TV, cranking the volume way up. The morning cartoons blared through the speakers, but somehow the sound didn't seem to fill the space properly. It was like the silence was swallowing the noise. I tried playing music on my iPod too, but it felt the same way. Isolated little bubbles of sound that couldn't penetrate the weird stillness. Looking outside didn't help. It was one of those grey, overcast days where the clouds hang low and everything looks flat and colourless. No neighbours were out, no cars driving by, nothing moving at all. I grabbed the house phone and dialed my mum's cell number. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. Same with my dad's phone. I tried my brother's phones too, but neither answered. That's when I heard it, a whistling sound coming from downstairs. At first I thought maybe one of my brothers had been in the basement all along, but the whistling didn't sound like Lucas or Rory. It was a slow, deliberate tune that made the hair on my arms stand up, like something from a horror movie where the serial killer whistles before murdering someone. I froze on the spot, phone still in my hand, heart suddenly pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice coming out as a squeak. "Who's there?" The whistling stopped abruptly. I stood completely still, straining to hear any sound from below. Nothing. Then it started again, the same eerie tune, now seeming closer, like maybe at the bottom of the stairs. I was scared out of my mind. 9-year-old me was thinking about all the horror movies my brothers had let me watch when Mom and Dad weren't around. The ones where kids get taken by monsters or possessed by demons. I dialed my mom's number again, hands shaking so badly I messed up twice before getting it right. As it rang uselessly, I heard something else, a child's laugh. Not like my brother's laughs. This was high-pitched and artificial, like from one of those creepy mechanical toys. Then the whistling started again, definitely coming up the stairs now. I don't think I've ever been more terrified. I ran to the front door, decided I'd take my chances outside. I'd run to the strip mall a few blocks away and find an adult, anyone. Just as I grabbed the doorknob, heart hammering in my ears, there was a sound behind me. "Noah, what are you doing?" I screamed and whirled around to see my brother Lucas standing there, looking confused. "Where did you come from?" I gasped, still clutching the doorknob, ready to bolt. Lucas frowned. "My room. Where else would I be?" "You weren't in your room. I checked everywhere. Nobody was home." "What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time." He looked genuinely bewildered. "I thought I was alone too. I've been calling for you and Rory for like an hour." We stared at each other, both confused and freaked out. "Did you hear it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" "The whistling and the laughing, coming from the basement." Lucas's face went pale. "You heard it too?" I thought I was imagining things. That's when we both realized something impossible had happened. We'd both been in the house, apparently watching the same TV in the living room, but somehow not seeing each other. We'd both been calling for everyone else, but not hearing each other, and we'd both heard that whistling and laughing. "Let's get out of here," Lucas said, and I didn't need to be told twice. We stepped outside, and the air felt wrong, heavy and too still, like being underwater. The neighborhood looked the same, but felt completely unfamiliar. The colors seemed slightly off, like someone had turned down the saturation on everything. We walked toward the strip mall, staying close together. About halfway there, we spotted Rory walking toward us, looking spooked. "Where have you guys been?" he demanded when he saw us. "I've been looking everywhere." Lucas and I exchanged glances. "We were at home," I said. "No way, I was just there, and it was empty." As we compared notes, we realized Rory had experienced the same thing, waking up to an empty house, not being able to find anyone, hearing that same whistling, but this time out in the streets rather than inside. The three of us continued to the strip mall, thinking we'd find normalcy there. But it was even weirder. The shops were open, people were there, but everyone seemed off. Mr. Peterson, who ran the convenience store and always greeted us by name, just stared blankly when we walked in. Mrs. Chen, at the bakery, who usually gave us free cookies, acted like she'd never seen us before. Nobody was outright hostile, just distant and unfamiliar, like they were bad copies of the people we knew. We ended up at the playground behind our school, sitting on the swings until the sun started to set. None of us wanted to go home, but we couldn't stay out all night either. As we reluctantly headed back, I remember Rory saying, "Maybe we all just had the same nightmare or something." But we knew that wasn't it. You don't share nightmares with your brothers while you're all awake. The really freaky part came when we got home. Mom and Dad were both there, acting completely normal. When we asked where they'd been all day, they looked at us like we were crazy. "What are you talking about?" Mom said. "I got home from my shift at 7 a.m. like always and went to bed. Your father just got home from work." They hadn't noticed we were gone all day, hadn't wondered where we were or why we hadn't eaten the lunch Mom apparently left for us in the fridge. The oppressive silence was gone too. The house sounded normal again. The hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock in the hallway, Dad's sports show on TV. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that whistling and the laughing. I convinced myself it must have been a toy or something in the basement. So around midnight, I crept downstairs with a flashlight to investigate. The basement was cluttered with boxes and old furniture, but nothing seemed out of place. As I was about to give up, my flashlight beam caught something sitting on top of a stack of boxes, my old stuffed bear, the one that should have been on my bed upstairs. I grabbed it, feeling cold all over. The bear didn't have any kind of music box inside that could make sounds. It was just a regular stuffed toy, but I was convinced it was somehow connected to what had happened. I took it outside and dumped it in the neighbor's trash can. The next morning at breakfast, Lucas claimed the whole thing had been an elaborate prank he'd planned. "I got Rory to help me," he said, not meeting my eyes. "We just wanted to scare you." It was such an obvious lie. It didn't explain how they'd made the whole neighborhood feel wrong, or how all three of us had experienced the same thing separately. It didn't explain how we didn't see each other in the house. Rory wouldn't talk about it at all. When I tried to bring it up later that day, he just said, "Drop it, Noah. It didn't happen, okay?" and walked away. He's never spoken about it since. For weeks afterward, I was terrified it would happen again. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I heard whistling. I refused to go into the basement alone. My parents thought I was going through some kind of phase. Eventually, life went back to normal, or what passed for normal after an experience like that. I grew up, went to college, moved to the city, but I've never forgotten that day. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment and it's too quiet, I swear I can hear that whistling again, faint but unmistakable. That same tune that makes my skin crawl and my heart race. I still don't know what happened that day. Was it some kind of mass hallucination? A temporary shift in reality? A glitch in the matrix? I've researched similar experiences online, and while nothing matches exactly, there are enough similar accounts to make me think we weren't the only ones who've experienced something like this. All I know for sure is that for one day, the world wasn't right. Everything was slightly off-center, like we'd stepped sideways into a place that looked like our world but wasn't. And whatever was whistling that tune and laughing that laugh, it wasn't human. Lucas is married now with kids of his own. He still maintains it was all a prank, even when we're alone and no one else is around to hear. Rory changes the subject immediately if I even hint at that day. I think whatever he experienced was worse than what Lucas and I did, but he'll never talk about it. As for me, I've mostly convinced myself there's a rational explanation. But some nights, when I can't sleep and the world feels too quiet, I turn on all the lights and play music just to drown out the silence, just in case that whistling starts again. Story 10. I don't usually share personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone about what happened in my house a few weeks ago. I still can't sleep properly, and talking to my family about it just gets me those concerned looks like I'm losing it. Maybe writing it down will help me process it, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I've lived in this old Victorian house in Willow Creek for almost 7 years now. It's the kind of place that has character, which is real to speak for. Things don't work quite right, but it looks pretty. When we first moved in, I was in love with all the original woodwork, the stained glass in the front hall, and even the slightly uneven floors. My husband Mike thought I was nuts for wanting such an old place, but he came around when he saw how much space we'd have for the kids. One thing about this house, it talks. Not in a I hear voices kind of way, but it creaks, it groans, it pops and settles, especially at night when the temperature drops. The floorboards upstairs whisper when you walk across them, and the radiators clang dramatically when the heat kicks on in winter. But the real performer in this house is the staircase. Our main staircase is this grand wooden affair, original to the house. It's got dark mahogany steps, a curved banister, and it makes more noise than a percussion section in a middle school band. Each step has its own distinct sound. The third step from the bottom has this high-pitched squeal that drives me crazy. The seventh step has a deep, woody groan. The top 4 steps all creak in descending pitch, like you're walking down a xylophone. After living here for so long, I've become attuned to these sounds. I can literally identify family members by how they make the stairs sound. Mike is heavy-footed and quick, taking the stairs 2 at a time sometimes, creating this rapid-fire series of loud creaks. My daughter Emma, 14, is lighter, but drags her feet a bit, making a slower, softer pattern. My son Tyler, 11, bounds up like he's being chased, all uneven rhythm and randomly skipped steps. And me? I've memorized exactly where to place my feet to minimize the noise, especially when I'm up late or someone's napping. It sounds weird, but those stair sounds had become comforting to me. A familiar soundtrack to our family life, until 3 weeks ago, on a Tuesday night. Mike had taken the kids to his parents' place about 2 hours away for a few days during their spring break. I couldn't get the time off work, so I stayed behind. It was my first night alone in the house, and I was secretly enjoying the peace and quiet. I'd worked late, came home around 9, made myself some pasta, and curled up in bed with my laptop to watch Netflix. It was around 1:30 a.m. when I finally decided to call it quits. I shut my laptop, put it on my nightstand, and switched off the bedside lamp. Our bedroom is upstairs, at the end of the hallway that runs perpendicular to the stairs. From my bed, I can't see the staircase, but I can hear it perfectly. I was just drifting off when I heard it, that distinctive squeal from the third step. At first, my sleepy brain just registered it as background noise. Then came the 4th step's dull thud, followed by the 5th step's soft crackle. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. I was alone in the house. No one should be climbing those stairs. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I reached for my phone, wondering if I should call 911, but then hesitated. What if it was just the house settling? Old houses make weird noises all the time. I didn't want to call the police, only to discover I'd been spooked by normal house sounds. Then the 6th step creaked. Then the 7th, with its unmistakable groan. This wasn't random house noises. These were deliberate, sequential steps. Somebody, or something, was climbing my stairs, one by one. I froze, my fingers clutching my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Should I lock the bedroom door? Should I hide? Should I grab something to defend myself? My mind raced through options while my body remained paralyzed with fear. The footsteps continued. 8th step, 9th step, each one deliberate and slow. But there was something off about them. They didn't sound like anyone in my family. They were too measured, too even. Human footsteps have a rhythm to them, a cadence that varies slightly with each step. These were perfectly paced, like a metronome. Step, wait, step, wait. And they were too light for an adult, but too heavy for a child. They reminded me of the sound our old golden retriever used to make on the stairs, except we hadn't had a dog since Buddy died 3 years ago, and these steps were distinctly bipedal. The 10th step creaked. The 11th. The footsteps were nearing the top of the staircase. I don't consider myself particularly brave, but something in me snapped. If someone had broken into my house, I needed to know. Maybe it was adrenaline, maybe it was just stupid recklessness, but I suddenly found myself getting out of bed. I grabbed the heavy metal lamp from my nightstand, the only weapon-like thing within reach, and moved toward my bedroom door. The footsteps had reached the top of the stairs now, 14 steps total, and I'd counted each one. Whoever it was would now be standing at the top of the staircase, at the entrance to the hallway that led to my bedroom. I stood at my bedroom door, lamp raised, listening intently. The house had gone completely silent. No more creaking, no footsteps in the hallway, nothing. After what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds, I gathered all my courage, turned the knob, and yanked my door open. The hallway was empty. I stood there, heart racing, lamp still raised like some ridiculous warrior. The upstairs hallway light was off, but enough moonlight came through the window at the end that I could clearly see no one was there. Still gripping my makeshift weapon, I crept down the hallway toward the stairs. The floorboards announced my progress with their familiar creaks. When I reached the top of the staircase, I peered down. The downstairs was dark, but I could make out the entryway below. It was empty. My first thought was that whoever it was had gone into one of the other rooms upstairs, Emma's room, Tyler's room, or the bathroom. Still clutching the lamp, I checked each room, flipping on lights as I went. Nothing was disturbed, no windows were open, no one was hiding in closets or under beds. I returned to the top of the stairs, completely baffled. Could someone have gone back downstairs while I was checking the rooms? I would have heard them. The stairs are impossible to descend silently, and I'd been listening intently the whole time. I decided to check downstairs anyway. Lamp still in hand, I made my way down the staircase, each step announcing my descent with its familiar creak. At the bottom, I checked the front door, locked, with the deadbolt secured. The back door in the kitchen was also locked, chain still in place. All windows were closed and locked. No one could have entered the house. No one could have left. I stood in my kitchen, the full implications hitting me like a physical blow. Those footsteps climbing my stairs, they couldn't have been made by an intruder. There was no intruder to find because no one had broken in. Yet I'd heard those footsteps as clearly as I can hear my own family climbing those stairs every day. 14 distinct creaks in perfect sequential order from bottom to top. Not random house-settling noises, but deliberate steps. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I turned on every light in the house, made a pot of coffee, and sat at my kitchen table with my phone and that ridiculous lamp, jumping at every sound until sunrise. The next day, exhausted and jittery from fear and too much caffeine, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, being alone in the house, watching too many crime shows before bed. My mind had played a trick on me. Houses settle, wood expands and contracts, pipes knock. There were plenty of rational explanations, but then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always at the same time, around 1:30 a.m. Always the same pattern, 14 distinct steps from bottom to top. Always the same result, no one there. By the fourth night, I didn't even get out of bed anymore. I just lay there, rigid with fear, listening to those slow, methodical steps climbing my staircase, knowing there would be nothing to see when they reached the top. When Mike and the kids came back, I didn't tell them. What could I say? Oh, by the way, we might have a ghost that likes to climb the stairs at night. Mike already thinks I get too wrapped up in the personality of this old house. This would just confirm I'd lost my mind. But here's the strangest part, the detail that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The night my family returned, I was lying awake, dreading the 1:30 hour, when I heard Mike get up to use the bathroom. His familiar heavy footsteps crossed our bedroom floor, then moved down the hall. When he returned a few minutes later, I whispered, "Did you hear anything strange just now?" He shook his head, sliding back under the covers. "Like what?" "Nothing," I said. "Just checking." I glanced at the clock, 1:28 a.m., and as I watched, the minute changed to 1:29, then 1:30. Nothing happened. No creaking, no phantom footsteps. The next night, nothing, and the next. Whatever had been climbing my stairs every night had stopped the moment my family returned. It's been 3 weeks now. I haven't heard those steps since, but I still lie awake most nights, waiting, wondering. The most disturbing thought, the one that keeps me from sleeping deeply, is this. If no one was on those stairs, what was making its way up to the second floor of my house each night I was alone? And more importantly, Why did it stop when my family came home? Was it just checking on me while I was by myself? Or was it waiting for me to be alone for some other purpose? I still haven't told anyone in my family. But sometimes I catch myself studying the staircase when no one's looking, wondering what might be waiting for the next time I'm alone in this house. Story 11. Looking back, I should have questioned why such a beautiful place was so cheap. The first few weeks were pretty normal. We were just getting settled in with our 3 other housemates, Chris, Mel, and Devin. All of us were in our mid-20s, working different jobs, crossing paths mostly in the evenings and on weekends. The house had this cool layout with bedrooms upstairs and downstairs, and this massive kitchen that became our main hangout spot. It started with little things. I'd be home alone doing dishes and hear what sounded like someone walking upstairs. I'd call out thinking maybe one of my roommates had come home early, but no one would answer. Then I'd hear it again, distinct footsteps overhead, right where nobody should be. Around the 1-month mark, I noticed everyone seemed on edge. One night while we were all having dinner, Chris mentioned he'd been feeling watched in his bedroom. That opened the floodgates. Suddenly everyone was sharing similar experiences. Mel couldn't sleep because she kept hearing scratching in her walls. Devin had seen shadows moving in the hallway, and Jake admitted he'd been avoiding going upstairs alone. "You guys think this place is haunted or something?" Devin had laughed, but nobody joined in. The house had these weird structural features that made everything worse. Each bedroom had a closet with 2 access points. One small door led to this cramped, unfinished attic space that connected all the upstairs rooms. The other was this narrow panel that opened into the space between the walls, literally into the insulation between the inner and outer walls. The previous owner had explained it was for maintenance, but it was beyond creepy. You could technically walk through the walls of the entire house if you wanted to squeeze through that tight space. Most of the strange sounds we heard seemed to come from those in-between spaces, areas where people couldn't physically be. Banging inside walls, footsteps in empty rooms. Sometimes I'd be in my bedroom and hear movement in the wall right beside my head, like someone was standing there just inches away, separated only by plaster and wood. About 6 weeks in, I started waking up every night between 2 and 3 a.m. Not just waking up, bolting upright, heart racing, completely terrified for no reason. Jake would sleep through it, and I'd just sit there in the dark, listening to the house. Sometimes I'd hear creaking, like old floorboards adjusting to weight. Other times, complete silence that somehow felt even worse. By November, it was getting harder to rationalize things. We'd all be sitting in the living room and hear distinct footsteps upstairs, heavy ones, like a large man walking deliberately from one end of the hallway to the other. We'd check, and nobody would be there. The footsteps always seemed to end at the wall beyond the last bedroom, a solid wall with no door or access point that we knew of. The week before Thanksgiving was when things escalated. A massive storm system had moved into the area, and the atmosphere in the house felt different, heavier, more oppressive. It was like the storm had stirred something up inside the walls. I was in the kitchen with Jake and Mel when we heard it, a rhythmic thumping from upstairs that sounded exactly like someone bouncing a basketball. Thump, 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 thump. Then it stopped, and we heard footsteps moving quickly across the ceiling, followed by a sliding noise inside the wall. "That's it," Mel said, grabbing her keys. "I'm staying at my sister's tonight." Jake and I went upstairs to investigate, but as always, we found nothing. Standing in the upstairs hallway, I pressed my ear against the wall where the sound had disappeared into. For a split second, I could have sworn I heard breathing on the other side. I should mention that I've practiced Wicca for about 3 years, nothing extreme, mostly meditation, connecting with nature, and some protective rituals. I'm not the type to see ghosts around every corner, I need evidence. But this house, it felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. That Friday, everyone was gone for the day. My classes had been cancelled, so I decided it was time to cleanse the house. I gathered white sage, protective crystals, and set my intentions. My kitten, Luna, followed me around as I went from room to room, burning sage and focusing on clearing negative energy. The downstairs felt responsive, like the air was lightening as I moved through. But when I headed upstairs toward the bedrooms and those weird access points, the sage smoke began behaving strangely. Instead of dissipating naturally, it would sometimes pool in corners or get sucked toward the closets in thick streams. I was in the hallway outside my bedroom when it happened. A high-pitched squeal echoed through the house. It sounded exactly like a pig in distress, but with an unnatural quality that made my skin crawl. It wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from downstairs, from inside the house. Luna arched his back and took off running toward my bedroom. Then came a loud clatter from the living room, like something had fallen. I stood frozen for a moment, sage still burning in my hand. Part of me wanted to lock myself in my bedroom and wait for someone else to come home, but another part needed to know what had made that sound. I slowly made my way downstairs, sage clutched like a weapon. The house was completely silent now. I checked each room carefully before entering. When I reached the living room, everything looked normal at first. Then I noticed one of the crystals I'd placed behind the couch earlier had rolled out into view. I approached cautiously and looked behind the couch. My protective crystal arrangement had been scattered, and sitting directly on top of them was a single, perfectly preserved hydrangea flower, bright blue and completely intact, like it had just been cut. My blood ran cold. This made no sense for so many reasons. First, I had literally cleaned behind that couch 2 days earlier. There was no flower back there. Second, Luna destroyed any flowers brought into the house. He was obsessed with chewing on them. Third, and most importantly, the hydrangea bush outside had been dead for at least a week due to early frost. There were no living blue flowers anywhere on our property. And fourth, nobody else was home to have placed it there. I carefully picked up the flower. It was cool to the touch and seemed unusually vivid, almost glowing with color. As I held it, the strangest thing happened. The area around me, that specific corner of the living room, suddenly felt peaceful, like a pocket of calm in the otherwise oppressive house. I collected my scattered crystals and arranged them again, placing the flower in the center. Over the next few days, I noticed something strange. While most of the house continued to feel disturbing, that corner where I'd found the flower maintained its peaceful energy. If I sat there reading or meditating, nothing would bother me. No sounds, no footsteps, no sense of being watched. But the closets, especially the one in my bedroom with access to both the attic and the wall space, felt increasingly negative. Standing near it would make me dizzy and anxious. Luna refused to go near it altogether. At night, the sounds from inside the walls seemed to intensify, scratching, sliding, and occasionally that distinct sound of something large moving vertically, as if climbing. One particularly bad night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to find Jake already awake beside me. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. From inside our closet came a faint tapping pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 quick taps. It continued for about 2 minutes, then stopped. The next morning I found a second hydrangea flower, this time on my nightstand. Same perfect blue, same impossible freshness. Jake swore he hadn't put it there, and I believed him. Nobody in the house had any reason to be playing such a specific prank. I started researching the history of the house. There wasn't much in public records, but an elderly neighbor mentioned that the original owners had been a family who kept livestock, including pigs, in a now demolished structure behind the house. She also mentioned that the wife had been known for her beautiful blue hydrangeas that bloomed longer than anyone else's in town. As December approached, the activity in the house created two distinct patterns. The peaceful energy around the areas where I'd found the flowers expanded slightly, while the negative energy seemed to concentrate in the hidden spaces, the attic access, and the wall cavities. It was as if two separate entities were establishing territory. The night before winter break, when everyone else had already left for the holidays, I decided to stay one more night to finish packing. Around midnight, the house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak of old wood. I was in my bedroom sorting clothes when the power went out. No storm, no warning, just sudden darkness. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight and noticed it was exactly 2:00 a.m. I'd been packing for longer than I thought. As I moved toward my bedroom door, I heard the distinct sound of the attic access in my closet sliding open. Then came the footsteps. Not from the attic above, but from inside my wall. Slow, deliberate steps moving down, as if someone was using the narrow passage between the walls to descend from my bedroom to the first floor. I stood paralyzed, listening as whatever it was moved through the house's skeleton. The footsteps stopped somewhere near the living room, where I'd found the first flower. Then came a sound I'll never forget. A mixture of a pig's squeal and something almost human, like a strained attempt at communication. Against every instinct, I made my way downstairs, phone light illuminating just a few feet ahead. When I reached the living room, the air felt thick, almost electrically charged. My light reflected off something on the floor, a small pile of hydrangea petals forming a path toward the kitchen. As I followed the trail, the petals became whole flowers, each one that perfect shade of blue. They led to the back door, which was now standing open despite my certainty that I'd locked it earlier. Just outside the door, illuminated in the moonlight, stood what remained of the old hydrangea bush, dead and lifeless, except for a single branch that somehow held one vivid blue bloom. The air around the plant seemed to shimmer, and for a brief moment I thought I saw the outline of a woman tending to it. Behind her, deeper in the shadows, near the old foundation where the livestock pen had been, something else moved, something larger and less defined that seemed to be watching both of us. The power suddenly returned, flooding the yard with light from the kitchen windows. Both figures, if they were ever really there, vanished. The hydrangea petals remained, but the trail now ended at the threshold rather than continuing outside. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and spent the rest of the night in my car. I never returned to that house after winter break. None of us did. We all found excuses to break the lease. Jake and I didn't even go back for our security deposit. To this day, I keep that first hydrangea flower, somehow still perfectly preserved, in a small box. Sometimes at night I swear I can hear faint tapping coming from inside it. 3 quick taps, pause, 3 quick taps, like something trying to communicate from wherever that flower really came from. Story 12. I've been debating whether to share this for years. It happened when I was 12, living in Willowbrook with my parents and older sister. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. I've never been able to explain what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. We lived in this ground-floor apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing special about it. Beige walls, basic furniture, the kind of place you'd drive past without noticing. My dad, Edgar, was always super controlling, constantly hovering over all of us, especially my sister Isabel, who was pretty much his mini-me. My mum, Rosalind, was different, though. She was gentle and patient, the only one who really seemed to understand me. We were similar that way, usually calm and quiet, though she always said I had a temper when pushed too far. I should mention we had this German shepherd puppy named Bonkers. He was still young but already protective, especially of me, since I was the one who fed him and took him on walks most days. There was always something off about our apartment. I can't really explain it, but sometimes you'd be alone in a room and suddenly feel like you weren't. We all experienced it, that feeling of someone watching you or glimpsing something dark move in your peripheral vision. When you'd turn to look directly, there'd be nothing there, but you'd still feel this heaviness in the air. My dad would dismiss it as imagination, but even he would sometimes stop mid-sentence and stare at empty corners. The night it happened was a Saturday in October. It was around 10 p.m. and we were all getting ready for bed. We didn't have a lot of space, so we spent most evenings in my parents' bedroom. My mum was reading a Reader's Digest, my dad had his Car and Driver magazine, and Isabel was sprawled on the floor with some romance novel she was obsessed with. I remember that specific detail because she kept sighing dramatically every few pages, and my dad kept giving her these approving looks that made me roll my eyes. I got up to use the bathroom, which was down the hall past the dining room. Our dining room had this beaded curtain instead of a door, one of my mom's few decorating choices my dad actually allowed. I remember the bathroom light was flickering slightly, which annoyed me because my dad had fixed it just that morning. When I finished and stepped back into the hallway, I noticed the beaded curtain swaying gently, like someone had just walked through it. I figured it was probably Isabel sneaking to get a snack. She was always doing that. So I headed toward the dining room, calling out, "Isa, you better not be eating the last of the cookies." But when I pushed through the beaded curtain, the dining room was completely empty. The kitchen beyond it was dark. Nobody was there. And that's when it happened. It wasn't gradual. 1 second I was fine, and the next I felt this bone-deep cold wash over me like I'd been dunked in ice water. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe. But worse than the physical sensation was the absolute overwhelming terror that flooded through me. I've never felt anything like it, before or since. It wasn't just being scared. It was this primal, instinctive knowledge that something was terribly wrong and I needed to run. I didn't even consciously make the decision to move. Suddenly I was sprinting back through the beaded curtain, the plastic beads slapping violently behind me as I tore down the hallway. I could feel something behind me, not footsteps exactly, but a presence moving after me, getting closer with each second. I reached my parents' bedroom door and practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and turning the lock with shaking hands. My family all looked up, startled. "Elena!" My mum put her magazine down. "What's wrong, honey?" I couldn't even speak. I just backed away from the door, pointing at it, trying to find words. That's when something slammed into the other side of the door. Not a gentle knock or even someone bumping into it. It was a violent impact that made the door shudder in its frame. My dad jumped to his feet, magazine falling to the floor. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. But before anyone could respond, it happened again. Wham! The door actually cracked slightly at the top. Then came the sound I'll never forget as long as I live. A low, guttural growl that didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deep and rumbling, but with this weird gurgling quality, like whatever was making it had something wrong with its throat. The growling was followed by scratching, frantic, violent scratching at the door that sounded like metal on wood. Bonkers went absolutely ballistic. He'd been sleeping on the floor, but he leaped up and started barking furiously at the door, his hackles raised. But he wouldn't go near it. He kept backing up, still barking, but clearly terrified of whatever was on the other side. I remember my sister screaming and my dad yelling something. My mum pulled me into her arms, and that's the last thing I remember before I fainted. Just completely blacked out from fear. When I came to, I was lying on my parents' bed. The room was quiet except for my dad's voice. He was on the phone with someone, probably the police. My mum was sitting next to me, stroking my hair. Her hands were shaking. Isabel was curled up in the corner of the room, hugging Bonkers, who was still whimpering. "What happened?" I whispered to my mum. "It stopped," she said quietly. "Just stopped. Right after you fainted. The noise, the banging, everything." My dad hung up the phone, and said the police would be there soon. He tried to open the bedroom door, but hesitated, his hand hovering over the knob. I'd never seen my dad look scared before, and that terrified me almost as much as what had happened. When he finally worked up the courage to open the door, there was nobody there, nothing in the hallway. We all stayed in that bedroom until the police arrived about 15 minutes later. They searched the entire apartment, the building, even the surrounding area. They found no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. The only physical proof that something had happened was the damaged door, deep scratch marks on the outside that didn't look like they could have been made by any normal tool. The officer, taking notes, kept glancing at them and frowning. They asked if we had enemies, if anyone would want to scare us. My dad talked about some work rivalry, but it was clear even he didn't believe that explained what happened. Eventually they chalked it up to vandals and left, promising to patrol the area more frequently. We didn't sleep that night, or much for the next week. My dad installed additional locks on all the doors and windows, but it didn't really help us feel safer. How could it, when we all knew deep down that whatever had been in our home that night hadn't come in through a door or window? For a while, things were quiet. Tense, but quiet. Then, about 3 months after the incident, my mum started feeling tired all the time. She'd get these bruises that wouldn't heal. When she finally went to the doctor, they diagnosed her with leukemia. It was already advanced. While she started treatments, our routines changed. My dad would take her to appointments, leaving me and Isabel home alone sometimes. We were supposed to be at school during most of these times, but occasionally appointments would run late into the afternoon. One morning, about 4 months after that first incident, my parents had an early hospital appointment. I was still asleep in their bed. I'd taken to sleeping there when they were gone. It made me feel safer. Isabel was in our room across the hall. I woke up to the sound of someone saying, "Psst," very quietly, like they were trying to get my attention. It came from the foot of the bed. At first I thought I was dreaming, so I ignored it and kept my eyes closed. Then I heard it again, a little louder. "Psst! Elena!" I pulled the blanket over my head, heart pounding. I wanted to call for Isabel, but I was afraid to make any noise. Then I heard it, that same demonic growl from months before, coming from the exact same spot at the end of the bed. Low, guttural, and unmistakable. I've never moved so fast in my life. I threw off the covers and bolted from the room, not even looking at what might be there. I ran straight to my room and climbed up to Isabel's top bunk, shaking her awake. "There's something in Mom and Dad's room," I gasped, tears streaming down my face. Isabel started to tell me I was having a nightmare, but then we both heard it. The growling, now coming from my parents' room. It was followed by heavy footsteps in the hallway, moving toward our door. Isabel pulled me close, both of us frozen in terror as we stared at our bedroom door. The footsteps stopped right outside. We could hear breathing, raspy, wet breathing that didn't sound human. The doorknob turned slowly, but thankfully Isabel had locked it before going to sleep. Whatever was out there stayed at our door for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Eventually the breathing stopped, and we heard the footsteps move away down the hall. But we didn't dare leave that top bunk. We stayed huddled together, too scared to even whisper to each other, until we heard our parents' key in the front door around noon. They found us still in the bunk, shaking and pale. When we told them what happened, my dad searched the apartment again but found nothing. My mom looked worried in a way that went beyond just concern for us being scared. She kept looking at the corners of rooms like she could see something the rest of us couldn't. Mom's condition deteriorated rapidly after that. The doctors said the cancer was unusually aggressive. By Christmas, she was gone. The morning of her funeral, I was getting dressed in the bathroom when I saw something in the mirror that made my blood freeze. For just a split second, I saw a dark shape standing behind me, tall and hunched, with what looked like too many limbs at odd angles. When I spun around, nothing was there. We moved out of that apartment a month later. My dad said it was because there were too many memories of Mom, but I knew the real reason. None of us could sleep there anymore. Even my dad, who had dismissed all our fears before, had started sleeping with the lights on. I'm 32 now, with my own family and home far away from Willowbrook. I've never experienced anything like that again, thank God. But sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear a faint psst from the foot of my bed. And on those nights, I lie perfectly still until morning, afraid that if I acknowledge it, whatever was in that apartment might find me again. I've never been able to explain what happened that night. Sometimes I wonder if it was somehow connected to my mom's illness, or if it was just a horrible coincidence. All I know is that something was in our home that wanted to terrify us, and succeeded. And sometimes I catch myself checking the dark corners of rooms, just to make sure there's nothing watching me from the shadows. Story 13. I still can't explain what I saw that night at my aunt's house in Manila. It's been 3 months, and I'm finally ready to share this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm 16, and back in January, I had to stay with my aunt because my dad was working late shifts. It was supposed to be totally normal, just hanging out with my cousins Irana, 11, and Will, 8, for a couple of days while Dad did overtime at the office. My aunt lives in this really nice suburb outside Manila. It's one of those places that's super quiet at night. You know, the kind where you can actually hear crickets and stuff. Their house is pretty big compared to our apartment, with a small swimming pool in the backyard and this massive Chico tree that's probably been there forever. That evening started off completely normal. We had dinner around 7. My aunt made this amazing sinigang that I always look forward to when we visit. After we ate, the kids wanted to watch TV, but I had some homework to finish, so my aunt showed me to the guest room where I'd be staying. It was really nice, had its own bathroom and these huge windows that looked out into the backyard. You could see the whole garden, the pool, and that big old Chico tree I mentioned. While I was setting up my stuff, Irana came in and asked if she could sleep with me that night. She seemed kind of upset, so I asked her what was wrong. She just shrugged and said she was tired of sharing a room with Will. I could tell there was more to it, though. Will is definitely the favorite child. My aunt and uncle don't even try to hide it. They're always praising him for every little thing and buying him new toys while Irana gets overlooked. I feel bad for her, so I said yes right away. We were just getting settled when Will appeared at the doorway, asking if he could join our sleepover too. I could see Irana's face fall immediately. I gently told him that it was a girls' night, and maybe we could all hang out the next day. He looked disappointed, but didn't argue much. My aunt called him from the hallway, and he went back to sleep in her room instead. Around 10 p.m. we finally got ready for bed. It had started raining outside. Not a heavy storm or anything, just a gentle, consistent rain that made everything feel cozy. Irana asked me to leave the curtains open a bit because she likes watching the rain. The backyard had these small garden lights that stayed on all night, so you could still see the outline of the pool and the Chico tree even in the dark. Irana fell asleep pretty quickly, holding my hand. I stayed up for maybe another hour, scrolling through my phone before I finally dozed off too. Everything was completely normal up to this point. Then, for no reason at all, I woke up. The digital clock on the nightstand showed 3:04 a.m. I hadn't heard any noise or anything. I just suddenly woke up feeling completely alert, like my body was telling me to be awake. The rain had stopped, and the night was eerily silent. Irana was still fast asleep beside me, her breathing slow and steady. I remember lying there for a minute, wondering why I'd woken up, when I felt this weird urge to look out the window. The curtains were still partially open, just as we'd left them, and the garden lights were casting this dim yellow glow across the backyard. That's when I saw it. There in the branches of the Chico tree was a figure. Not like an animal or anything that should naturally be there. It was the silhouette of what looked like a small boy, about Will's size. But this wasn't Will. This wasn't anyone. The figure was completely black. Not like a shadow, but like it was made of something that absorbed all light. It had no features that I could make out. No eyes, no mouth, no clothes, nothing. Just this perfect child-sized silhouette perched in the branches of the tree, about 15 feet off the ground. The strangest part, I wasn't scared. Not at first. I felt oddly calm, almost curious. I sat up, slowly, careful not to wake Irana, and moved closer to the window to get a better look. The figure didn't move. It just sat there, perfectly still. Even though I couldn't see any eyes, I could feel it watching me. It was absolutely focused on me, and I knew it with complete certainty. We just stayed like that for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 4 minutes. I remember thinking I should be terrified, but instead I felt this weird sense of recognition. Like this wasn't the first time we'd encountered each other, even though I was positive I'd never seen anything like this before. After a while, without really thinking about what I was doing, I raised my hand and gave a small wave, like I was saying goodnight. Then I laid back down, pulled the covers up, and closed my eyes. I fell asleep almost instantly, which makes no sense looking back on it. Who sees something like that and just goes back to sleep? When I woke up the next morning around 7:30, the first thing I did was look out the window. The tree was just a tree again. No figure, no sign that anything had been there. The morning was bright and clear, like the rain had never happened. I didn't mention anything to Irana when she woke up. She gets scared easily, and I didn't want to freak her out. We went about our day normally, had breakfast, played with Will, watched TV. My dad picked me up that evening, and on the drive home I finally told someone. "Dad," I said, trying to sound casual, "do you believe in those duende things Lola used to talk about?" He gave me a weird look. "Why do you ask?" So I told him everything, waking up at exactly 3 a.m., seeing the figure in the tree, how it looked like a child but wasn't a child at all, and how I hadn't felt scared. My dad got really quiet. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, and I could see his jaw clenching the way it does when he's worried. After a long pause, he just said, "Marisa, always close the curtains at night, especially in other people's homes." That was it. He wouldn't say anything more about it, changed the subject completely. But his reaction bothered me more than the actual experience. It was like he knew something, but didn't want to tell me. Later that week, I remembered something from when my sister and I were younger. We used to talk about these things we called plant people. These beings that we thought lived in the big plants around our neighborhood. We said they could look like plants when they wanted to, but could also change to look like people you know. My sister said they'd try to trick you by looking like someone familiar so they could get you to come close enough to grab. We made it all up as kids, just to scare each other, but now I can't stop thinking about it. I've been trying to research similar experiences online. There's a lot in Filipino folklore about duende, dwarves, or encanto, elves, that live in trees and nature. Sometimes they're described as mischievous, sometimes helpful, sometimes dangerous. But none of the descriptions quite match what I saw. The thing that still bothers me most is how calm I felt. It wasn't natural. I should have been terrified seeing a featureless shadow person watching me from a tree at 3 a.m. Instead, I waved goodnight like it was an old friend. That can't be normal. I've been back to my aunt's house twice since then. Both times I kept the curtains firmly closed all night. I didn't see the figure again, but each time I woke up at exactly 3:04 a.m., feeling like something was watching me through the glass and fabric. Last week, I was helping my aunt with some gardening, and we were working near the Chico tree. I found myself staring up at the branches, at the exact spot where I'd seen the figure. My aunt noticed and asked what I was looking at. "Nothing," I said. "Just thinking." She gave me this strange look. "You know, Will keeps talking about his new friend in the tree. We thought he was just making up an imaginary friend." She laughed, but it sounded forced. Kids and their imaginations, right? I felt every hair on my body stand up. I wanted to ask more, but something stopped me. What if acknowledging it somehow makes it stronger? What if talking about it invites it in? But I can't stop thinking about it. What was that thing in the tree? Why did it look like a child? Why wasn't I afraid? And most importantly, why did I feel like it knew me? The most unsettling thought came to me yesterday. What if it wasn't watching me from the tree? What if it was watching Will through the window of his room all those nights, and when I stayed over and Irana came to my room, it got confused? What if it thought I was her? Or what if it followed him when he came to our door that night? I'm back at my own home now, but sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself looking toward my window, half expecting to see that featureless silhouette watching me. So far, there's been nothing. But I still keep my curtains closed, just like my dad told me to. Story 14. I've never told anyone about this outside my family. I still struggle to explain what happened that night when I was 5. And even 20 years later, the memory makes my skin crawl. My mom and I were visiting her friend Diane, who lived in this old cabin outside Pinewood, a tiny rural town surrounded by endless fields and forests. Mom used to fly sailplanes at the small airfield nearby before I was born, and she'd remained friends with Diane, who worked at the flight school. The drive there felt endless to my 5-year-old self, and we arrived after dark, the headlights sweeping across a weathered wooden cabin nestled among towering pine trees. The cabin looked cozy from the outside, with yellow lights spilling from the windows. But as soon as we stepped inside, something felt off. Not in a way I could articulate as a child, just a heaviness in the air that made me stay close to my mom as Diane showed us around. "This place was built in the 1930s, Diane explained as she led us through the main room. "Been in my family for generations." The inside was exactly what you'd expect from an old country cabin. Wooden walls, slightly uneven floors that creaked with every step, and furniture that looked like it had stories to tell. The centerpiece was this massive dining table made from a single slab of dark wood, surrounded by 6 chairs that seemed too ornate for such a rustic setting. But what really caught my attention was this wooden chest against the far wall. Even now, I can picture it perfectly. About waist height on an adult, carved with intricate patterns of leaves and what looked like faces peeking out between them. The wood was much darker than anything else in the cabin, almost black in the low light. I remember thinking it looked like it was breathing. Mom must have noticed me staring because she squeezed my shoulder and said, "That's a beautiful antique, isn't it, Sophie?" I just nodded, not wanting to say I thought it was scary. Diane smiled at me. "That chest has been here longer than the cabin. My grandmother used to say it came from the old country." She didn't explain what the old country was, and I didn't ask. They went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving me alone in the main room. Mom handed me my coloring book and crayons before she left, telling me to be a good girl and draw quietly while they cooked. I climbed onto the chair at the head of the table, the one facing the chest, and started coloring. I remember swinging my legs because they couldn't reach the floor, humming to myself to drown out the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the cabin. I was working on a picture of a unicorn when it happened. At first, I thought it was just a draft, this slight cold sensation across the back of my neck. But then it intensified, like cold fingers brushing against my skin. I stopped coloring, stopped swinging my legs, stopped breathing. Something was behind me. I couldn't see anything when I looked over my shoulder, but I could feel it, a presence, standing right there. Before I could call for my mum, I felt it, hands grabbing me from behind. Not physical hands, not exactly, but a force that wrapped around my torso like arms encircling me in this horrible parody of a hug. The grip tightened until I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound, and then my chair started moving. It wasn't sliding smoothly, it was jerking backward in violent tugs, the legs scraping against the wooden floor with a sound that still rings in my nightmares. I managed to grip the edge of the table, my crayons scattering, but whatever had me was stronger. The invisible force yanked me backward until my chair slammed against the wooden chest with such force that I was thrown forward, my chest hitting the back of the chair. That's when I finally screamed. Mum and Diane came running from the kitchen. I was hysterical, pointing behind me, trying to explain between sobs that something had grabbed me, had pulled me. Mom gathered me in her arms while Diane stood frozen in the doorway, her face drained of color. "What happened?" Mom asked, smoothing my hair back from my tear-streaked face. "Something grabbed me," I cried. "It pulled my chair." Mom looked at Diane, whose eyes were fixed on the chest. "Diane!" Diane's voice was barely above a whisper when she finally spoke. "The chest. It's the chest." "What are you talking about?" My mom tightened her arms around me. "There are things that live in there. My grandmother called them bogeymen." Diane took a shaky step into the room. "Strange things have happened before. Items moving, cold spots. But never anything like this. Never anything so violent." I buried my face in my mother's shoulder, terrified that the invisible hands would reach for me again. I remember the way Mom's body stiffened as Diane spoke, the way her heart raced against my ear. "You're scaring her more," Mom said, but there was uncertainty in her voice. She had seen how far from the table my chair was now, a distance a 5-year-old couldn't have managed on her own. Diane approached the chest cautiously. "I'm so sorry. I should have warned you. I didn't think. They've never bothered guests before." "They?" Mom's voice had an edge to it now. "The family always said there were 3 of them." Diane wouldn't look at us now, her fingers hovering over the carvings on the chest. "My great-grandfather tried to burn this chest once. The fire wouldn't catch, and that night he fell down the stairs and broke his neck." I started crying harder. I wanted to leave, to go home, to be anywhere but in that cabin, with that chest and whatever lived inside it. "We should go," Mom said, standing up with me still in her arms. But Diane shook her head. "It's too late to drive back, especially with the fog rolling in. And..." She hesitated. "They don't follow people. They're bound to the chest. You'll be safe in the guest room." I didn't want to stay. Every instinct screamed to run. But Mom must have looked out the window and seen how thick the fog had become, because she reluctantly agreed. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," she promised me. Diane helped us move our bags to the guest room, which thankfully was as far from the main room as possible. Mom pushed a dresser in front of the door, not because she fully believed what had happened, I think, but because she saw how terrified I was. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind through the trees outside sounded like something coming for me. Mom lay beside me, stroking my hair, telling me everything was okay, but I could tell she was just as awake as I was, listening. Around 3 a.m., we both heard it, dragging sounds from the main room like furniture being moved across the floor. Mum's hand froze on my head. We lay there in the dark, barely breathing, as the sounds continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then silence, more terrible than the noise. When morning finally came, we packed quickly, barely speaking to Diane. But as we were about to leave, Mom stopped in the doorway of the main room and gasped. I peeked around her legs and saw that all the chairs at the dining table had been rearranged. 5 of them were now clustered at the opposite end from where I had sat, as if gathered for a meeting. The chair I had used was still positioned against the chest, but it had been turned to face the table, like someone was sitting in it watching. Diane's face was ashen. I've never seen them do that before. Mum grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. "We're not coming back, Diane." "I understand." Diane didn't try to stop us. As we hurried down the porch steps to our car, she called after us. They were curious about her. Children can see things we can't. Mom didn't respond, just buckled me into the back seat and drove away faster than she should have on those narrow country roads. For years afterward, I had nightmares about invisible hands grabbing me, pulling me toward that dark chest. Mom would come to my room and hold me until I fell back asleep, never dismissing what I had experienced, never telling me it was just my imagination. When I was 15, during a rare moment when Mom was willing to discuss that night, I asked her if she really believed something supernatural had happened. She was quiet for a long time before answering. "I don't know what happened, Sophie, but I know you didn't move that chair yourself, and I know what I saw the next morning." She shivered slightly. "Some things can't be explained." "Have you talked to Diane since then?" I asked. Mom shook her head. "No, she tried calling a few times, but I just couldn't." I found out later that Diane had died in that cabin 3 years after our visit. The official cause was a stroke, but I've always wondered if the bogeymen had something to do with it. Had they turned on her? Or had they always been slowly draining her life, year by year, while she made excuses for them? To this day, I can't stand behind chairs with my back exposed. I can't have wooden chests or antique furniture in my home. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still feel that cold sensation on the back of my neck, like something's watching me, something that's followed me all these years, waiting. I don't know what grabbed me that night in the cabin by the airfield. I don't know if it was truly bound to that chest or if it somehow attached itself to me. All I know is that the memory is as vivid today as it was 20 years ago. The pressure of those invisible arms, the sound of the chair legs scraping across the floor, and the absolute certainty that something impossible was happening to me. Sometimes I think about trying to find that cabin again, to see if the chest is still there. But then I remember the chairs rearranged in the morning, like the bogeyman had been discussing me while we tried to sleep, and I know I never will. Whatever was in that cabin recognized something in me, and I'm terrified that someday it might come to finish what it started. Story 15. I've never told anyone about this. I mean, I tried telling my mom once when I was little, but she just smiled and said I had an active imagination. But I know what I saw that night at my grandparents' house, and 20 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened when I was 7. My mom and I had just moved to a small apartment in Lakewood after my parents split up. The apartment was tiny. Just a bedroom for my mom, a converted closet-like space for me, and a living room that doubled as everything else. It was nothing like our old house, with the big backyard where I used to play. Every other weekend, I'd stay with my grandparents. Their house was this old 2-story place with creaky floors, and those weird, flowery wallpapers old people seem to love. But honestly, I loved being there. Grandma would bake cookies and let me help, and Grandpa had this massive collection of board games we'd play for hours. It was my escape from the awkward silence of our new apartment, where Mom would often just stare at bills spread across the kitchen table. That weekend started like any other. Mom dropped me off Friday after school, kissed me goodbye, and promised to pick me up Sunday evening. I remember it was early October. The trees were just starting to change, and there was this smell of burning leaves in the air. Grandma had made my favorite dinner, mac and cheese with cut-up hot dogs, fancy cuisine when you're 7, and we'd spent the evening watching some nature documentary Grandpa was into. Nothing unusual happened until bedtime. It was around 9 p.m. when Grandma took me upstairs to the guest room. Tessa's room, as they called it. It was a simple room with pale yellow walls and an old wooden bed with a quilt that smelled like mothballs and fabric softener. There was a small desk by the window where I'd sometimes draw or play with my Game Boy. The bedroom door opened to a hallway that led to the staircase at one end and my grandparents' bedroom at the other. They always kept a dim hallway light on all night, one of those plug-in night lights shaped like a seashell that gave off this soft amber glow. Grandma was particular about how I slept. She always positioned me so my feet were facing the door. She said it was proper, though I never understood why it mattered. "Good night, sweet pea," she said, kissing my forehead. "Remember, we're just down the hall if you need anything." She closed the door most of the way, leaving just a crack open. Enough that I could see a sliver of the hallway, but not enough for the light to disturb my sleep. I remember being annoyed because I wasn't tired yet. Mom let me stay up until at least 10 on weekends, but Grandma was old school about bedtime. I rolled onto my side, reaching for my Tetris game I'd stashed under my pillow. Grandma didn't approve of screen time before bed, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. That's when I noticed it, a bright light seeping in from above the doorway. At first, I thought maybe Grandpa had turned on the brighter hallway light instead of using the night light. But this was different. The light wasn't coming from the hall, it was coming from above the door, inside my room. I sat up, confused. The light formed a perfect rectangle above my bedroom door, like a doorway made of light where there shouldn't be one. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe I was already dreaming. But the light remained, growing slightly brighter. As my eyes adjusted, I began to make out details within the light. It wasn't just a glowing rectangle. There were stairs. Actual stairs leading upward from above my door, disappearing into what should have been the ceiling, but instead looked like an endless bright corridor. My heart started racing. Our house definitely didn't have a third floor. These stairs shouldn't exist, they couldn't exist, yet there they were, glowing with this soft white-blue light that somehow didn't illuminate the rest of my dark bedroom. And then I saw them. Feet. Bare human feet, pale and slightly translucent, stepping down onto the top step of this impossible staircase. I froze. Every instinct told me to scream for my grandparents, but my voice was locked in my throat. The feet took another step down, then another. They were small, like maybe a woman's or a teenager's, with delicate ankles now visible. I couldn't see who or what was descending these stairs, just those bare feet making their silent way down, step by step. There was something graceful but unnatural about the movement, like watching someone walk underwater. As the feet reached what would be about halfway down the staircase, a horrible thought struck me. Whoever was coming down those stairs was coming for me. They would reach the bottom, step into my room, and then... What? Pure terror washed over me. I dove under my covers, pulling them over my head and curling into a tight ball. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, reciting the little protection prayer my grandmother had taught me under my breath. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe minutes, maybe longer. The sheets grew hot and stuffy from my panicked breathing, but I didn't dare come out. Eventually, curiosity overcame fear, and I gathered every bit of courage my 7-year-old self possessed. Slowly, I lowered the blanket just enough to peek out with one eye. The light was gone. The staircase was gone. My room was back to normal darkness, with just that sliver of amber hallway light coming through the crack in the door. I sat up, scanning every corner of the room. Nothing, just my familiar surroundings. The desk with my coloring books, the dresser with the ceramic angel figurine Grandma insisted should watch over me, the closet door firmly shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I lay there rigid, staring at the space above my door, terrified the stairs would reappear, and whatever was descending them would finish its journey. But nothing happened. At breakfast the next morning, Grandma commented on the dark circles under my eyes. "Did you have trouble sleeping, Sweet Pea?" she asked, sliding a plate of pancakes in front of me. I hesitated. "Grandma, is there another floor above the upstairs?" She laughed. "No, honey, just the attic, and nobody goes up there but the spiders." "But I saw stairs," I insisted, "above my door, and someone was coming down them." A strange look passed between my grandparents, not disbelief exactly, something else. "You must have been dreaming," Grandpa said firmly. "Eat your pancakes before they get cold." The conversation was clearly over, but I knew what I'd seen wasn't a dream. Dreams fade when you wake up. This memory was crystal clear. The rest of the weekend passed normally. We went to the park, baked cookies, played board games. Not once did I mention the stairs again, but I couldn't stop thinking about them. That night, I kept the reading light on beside my bed and barely slept. Sunday evening, Mom picked me up as promised. On the drive home, I almost told her about what happened, but stopped myself. Even at 7, I understood the difference between how kids and adults see the world. She'd just say I had a nightmare or an overactive imagination. The next time I stayed at my grandparents', 2 weeks later, I begged to sleep in their room. I claimed I was scared of the dark, which wasn't entirely a lie. Grandma made a pallet for me on their bedroom floor, and I slept soundly. This became our new routine, me sleeping on their floor every time I visited. They never questioned it much, probably assuming I was still adjusting to my parents' divorce. It was almost a year later when I overheard something that made my blood run cold. I was supposed to be watching TV in the living room, but I'd gone to the kitchen for a juice box and heard my grandparents talking in hushed tones. "She saw the same thing, Robert," Grandma was saying. "The stairs, just like Emily did when she was little." Emily was my mom. "It doesn't mean anything," Grandpa replied firmly. "This house is old, that's all. 3 generations, Robert. First your mother, then Emily, now Tessa, always at 7 years old, always the stairs above the door." "Enough, Helen," he snapped in a tone I'd never heard him use. "We are not discussing this again." I backed away silently and returned to the living room, my mind racing. My mom had seen it too, and my great-grandmother? I wanted desperately to ask them about it, but something told me not to. The fear in Grandma's voice, the anger in Grandpa's, whatever this was, it wasn't something they wanted to acknowledge. Years passed, and I never saw the staircase again. Eventually, I went back to sleeping in my room at their house, though I always positioned myself so I couldn't see the space above the door. When I was 16, my grandfather passed away, and my grandmother sold the house to move into a senior living community. I helped her pack up my room, and as we were taking down the curtains, I finally found the courage to ask, "Grandma, do you remember when I was little and said I saw stairs above the door?" Her hands stilled. For a moment I thought she wouldn't answer. "Yes," she said finally, her voice barely audible. "What was it? Please tell me I'm not crazy." She sat heavily on the bare mattress. "Your mother saw it too when she was your age, and Robert's mother before that." "But what is it?" I pressed. "I don't know, Tessa." Her eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw fear in them. "No one ever sees more than the feet coming down. No one ever lets them reach the bottom." "What happens if they do?" I whispered. She shook her head. "This house has been in your grandfather's family for 4 generations. There are stories." She trailed off, then squared her shoulders. "But that's all they are. Stories." That was all she would say on the matter. The house sold quickly, to a young family with a little girl about 5 or 6. Sometimes I wonder if she'll see the stairs too when she turns 7, or if whatever was trying to come down them followed us instead. I'm 27 now, living in a different city. I've never seen anything like that staircase again, but I still can't sleep with my bed positioned so I can see the top of any door. My husband thinks it's a quirk, and I let him believe that. But I know what I saw that night wasn't a dream or my imagination. There were stairs where no stairs should be, and someone or something was coming down them. To this day, I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed watching long enough for whoever it was to reach the bottom. And honestly, I never want to find out. I still think about those feet sometimes, how pale and delicate they looked, how they moved with such unnatural grace. I wonder who they belonged to and what they wanted. Was it a warning, a visitation, something trying to cross from somewhere else into our world? These questions haunt me, especially now that I'm pregnant with my first child, a girl according to the ultrasound. If what Grandma said is true about it running in the family, I can't help but wonder if my daughter will see those stairs too when she turns 7. And if she does, what am I supposed to tell her? Story 16. I don't talk about this much. Actually, I've only told my best friend and my mum, and neither of them really believed me. I don't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if someone told me. But I need to get this off my chest because it's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. This happened back in October when I was visiting my dad in Riverdale. We don't have the best relationship. My parents split when I was 12, and he moved to the outskirts of town while Mum and I stayed closer to the city. I try to visit him once a month, but it's always awkward. We don't know what to say to each other anymore. That Sunday, I left his place earlier than usual. We'd gotten into another stupid argument about college applications. He wants me to apply to his alma mater, but I have zero interest. I just wanted to get home. It was only about 5:30 p.m., but being October, it was already getting dark. The sun sets so early in autumn, and there was this heavy cloud cover making everything feel gloomy and cold. I had to take the 47 bus that runs from downtown out to the suburbs. From my dad's, it's a 10-minute walk through this wooded area to the bus stop on Oak Ridge Drive. I remember being annoyed at having to wait almost 20 minutes for the bus to arrive. Standing alone at that stop as it got darker made me uneasy. There's barely any streetlights out there. When the bus finally came, I was relieved. It wasn't very crowded, maybe 8 or 9 other people total. There was an elderly couple near the front, a mum with a little boy who kept asking questions, some guy with headphones, a few others scattered around. I decided to stand near the door even though there were plenty of seats. I always feel trapped if I sit too far from an exit. Plus, I wanted to lean against the window to look outside and cool off from being upset about the fight with my dad. The bus began its route, climbing this long hill that separated the more rural part of Riverdale from the suburban neighborhoods. If you've never been to Riverdale, there's this stretch of road called Miller's Highway that runs along these massive open fields on both sides. They used to be farmland decades ago, but now they're just overgrown with weeds and tall grass. The view from the bus window was just darkness broken up occasionally by the headlights illuminating the grass and weeds swaying in the wind. I was scrolling through my phone, half paying attention to the world outside, when something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other animal moving through the field parallel to the road. But when I focused, I realized it was a person, a man. He was running through the field, keeping pace with the bus. This struck me as odd right away, because the bus was going at least 60 mph on this straight stretch of road. I remember thinking maybe he was just jogging, and it was a weird perspective trick, making it seem like he was keeping up with us. But as I watched, I realized he was absolutely matching our speed. I put my phone away and pressed closer to the glass. The man was about 50 yards from the road, running through waist-high weeds. He was wearing what looked like white or light-colored clothes, maybe a t-shirt and pants, though it was hard to make out details in the darkness. The only illumination came from our bus headlights, reflecting off the pale clothing. The longer I watched, the more unsettled I became. No normal person could run that fast, especially through uneven terrain with high grass. But he was doing it effortlessly, keeping perfect pace with our bus for at least a minute. Then, as if he sensed me watching, he turned his head toward the road. Even from that distance, I felt like he was looking directly at me. My stomach dropped. I couldn't make out his face clearly, but something about the way he moved felt wrong, unnatural. He began changing direction, running toward the road instead of parallel to it. I couldn't look away. I was completely transfixed as he got closer and closer. He was sprinting now, cutting across the field directly toward our bus, toward me. The distance between us closed rapidly. 50 yards became 30, then 20, then 10. My brain kept telling me he'd stop at the edge of the field. He had to, but he didn't slow down at all. Instead, he seemed to speed up, his white form becoming clearer as he approached the road. I remember gripping the handrail tighter, my knuckles turning white. There was another passenger standing maybe 3 feet away from me, also near the door, but he was looking down at his phone. No one else was watching this man racing toward us. When he reached the edge of the field, he didn't stop. He kept sprinting straight for the bus, for the exact door I was standing against. I wanted to move, to call out, to do something, but I was frozen in place. And then it happened. The man slammed violently against the glass door right in front of my face. The impact was so forceful I felt the vibration through the glass. I saw his face for a split second, pale, with wide, dark eyes, and an expression of what looked like desperation or rage. His hands were spread out against the glass, his body pressed against it like he was trying to push through. I jerked backwards, letting out a scream that came out more like a choked gasp. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I blinked reflexively from the shock, and he was gone, completely vanished. I frantically looked out the window, scanning the field we were now passing, but there was nothing, no figure running away, no body on the ground, nothing but darkness and swaying grass. I turned to the passenger standing near me, a guy probably in his 20s who had been looking at his phone. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. He gave me a confused look, pulling out one earbud. "See what?" "That man! He just hit the bus! Right here!" I pointed at the glass door. The guy looked at the glass, then back at me like I was crazy. "I didn't see anything," he said, putting his earbud back in and edging away from me. I looked around at the other passengers. The mom was still talking to her child. The elderly couple was dozing. No one had reacted. No one had seen what I'd just witnessed. I checked the glass door for any sign of impact, a smudge, a crack, anything, but it was perfectly clean. I even reached out and touched it. It wasn't even vibrating anymore. For the rest of the ride, I sat down in a seat as far from the door as possible, trying to calm myself. I kept telling myself I'd imagined it, that I was tired or stressed from fighting with my dad, but it had felt so real. I could still see that face pressed against the glass, could still feel the impact. When the bus finally reached my stop, I practically ran off. Usually I walk home slowly, but that night I sprinted the whole way, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't slow down until I was inside my house with the door locked behind me. I didn't tell my mom that night. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up for attention or that something was wrong with me. Instead, I spent hours searching online for any information about hallucinations or strange sightings in Riverdale. I found nothing helpful. I tried to convince myself it had been my imagination, that I'd dozed off for a second and had a vivid waking dream, that the stress of the visit with my dad had messed with my head. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. The following Sunday, I had to go back to Dad's house to pick up my laptop that I'd left there. I was dreading taking the same bus route, but Mom couldn't drive me, and I needed my computer for school. This time, I made sure to go early so I'd be traveling in broad daylight. On the way there, I purposely sat far from the doors, keeping my eyes fixed on my phone. The bus took the same route, climbing that long hill along Miller's Highway with the fields on either side. Despite my determination not to look, I found myself glancing out the window as we passed the spot where I'd seen the man. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, about 20 yards from the road, was a small memorial. Even from the moving bus, I could make out dead flowers, burnt-out candles, and what looked like a small white cross. It was exactly where the man had started running toward the bus in my vision. I got off at the next stop and walked back along the highway, staying on the shoulder far from traffic. It took me almost 30 minutes to reach the memorial. Up close, it was even more unsettling. The cross had a name and date written on it, Michael Landry, 1989-2017. There were dried flowers, melted candles, and a laminated photograph of a young man with dark hair. Beside these items was a small, weathered piece of paper protected in plastic that had partially faded. I could just make out the words, "Killed while jogging along Miller's Highway when struck by a Nooker 47 bus." The date was October 15th, 2017, exactly 2 years before my experience. My hands were shaking as I took a photo of the memorial with my phone. The man I'd seen was wearing white. Joggers often wear reflective or light-colored clothing at night. The bus that hit him was the same one I'd been on, and he had appeared to me on the anniversary of his death. I never told my dad about this. I did eventually tell my mom and my best friend, but as I said, they didn't really believe me. My mom suggested I was sleepy and saw the memorial subconsciously, then had some kind of waking dream. My friend just laughed and said I should write horror stories. But I know what I saw. I felt him hit that glass. I saw his face, his eyes, the desperate expression. Sometimes I still dream about it. That figure running through the field, getting closer and closer until he slams against the glass. I always wake up right at the moment of impact, my heart racing. I've taken a different bus route to my dad's house ever since, even though it takes an hour longer. I've also researched Michael Landry online and found a few old news articles about the accident. According to witnesses, he was jogging along the highway when a bus swerved slightly onto the shoulder. The driver claimed he never saw Michael. I don't know why he appeared to me that night. Maybe he's trapped in some kind of loop, reliving his death over and over. Maybe he was trying to warn me about something. Or maybe he just wanted someone to see him, to acknowledge what happened to him. All I know is that every time I see a bus now, especially at night, I move as far away from the doors as possible. And I never ever look out the windows when passing Miller's Highway. Story 17. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm not sure if writing it down will help me process what happened or just make it feel more real, but I need to get this off my chest. This all went down last summer when I went to help my grandmother clean her house. Some background first. My grandfather William, we called him Pa, passed away 2 years ago. He was everything to me growing up, more like a father than a grandfather. He'd been a paratrooper in the army, stationed at Fort Knox, and our whole family lived in the small military town nearby. Pa was this larger-than-life figure who loved pranking people. He'd hide in closets to jump out and scare you, put salt in the sugar bowl, all that classic stuff. But he also had this other side, severe PTSD from his service. He kept a police scanner under his pillow every night because he said the static and occasional voices reminded him of military radio chatter and helped him sleep. About a week before he died, Pa had this reunion with some army buddies he hadn't seen in like 18 years. My grandma Charlotte took photos of them all throughout the day. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after he passed, I was looking through them and noticed something weird. In the first few pictures, Pa looked happy, laughing with his old friends. But as the day went on, his expression changed. The last photo shows him with this look of pure fear on his face. The same expression I'd seen when he'd wake up from nightmares about combat. It always gives me chills looking at that photo. The day he died, he came home from that reunion, sat in his favorite recliner, told my grandma he was taking a nap, and just never woke up. Heart attack, they said. The weirdest part, his funeral was on April Fool's Day. Even in death, Pa managed one last prank. After he passed, my grandma started having these vivid dreams about him. She'd also get these strange phone calls from Pa's old cell phone number. The thing is, his phone was still plugged in on the charger above the fireplace. She said when she'd answer, all she'd hear was static, then a loud pop, and the call would end. Eventually, she stopped answering when his number came up. So fast forward to last summer. Grandma Charlotte called me because her house had developed a serious mold problem, and she needed help cleaning it out. I drove down to stay with her for a few days, thinking it would be a straightforward job. The weird stuff started the moment I walked in. I put my duffel bag down in the guest room and went to help Grandma with dinner. When I came back, my bag was gone. I searched everywhere, thinking I was losing my mind. Finally, I went back to the front door where I'd first come in, and there it was, sitting right in the middle of the entryway like I'd just dropped it. I figured I must have been more tired from the drive than I thought. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy footsteps, like work boots. Pa always wore these thick-soled army boots around the house. I called out thinking it was Grandma, but no answer. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty, but I could have sworn I smelled Pa's aftershave, this distinctive Old Spice scent he always wore. The next morning, I didn't mention it to Grandma. We spent the day clearing out the basement, which had the worst of the mold. I was going through this old drawer that was completely empty when I turned around to grab some cleaning supplies. When I looked back, the drawer was suddenly filled with Pa's old military patches, medals, and photos. I stood there staring at it, trying to figure out how they got there. Grandma was on the other side of the basement the whole time. "Did you put these here?" I asked her. She just got this sad smile and said, "He's still playing his tricks, Marcus." That afternoon, I was in the garage sorting through boxes when the garage door suddenly opened by itself. The remote was hanging on the wall next to me, but when I checked it, there were no batteries in it. I stood there watching the door go all the way up, then back down, with no explanation. That night, things got even stranger. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, when all the lights in my room shut off at once, not like a power outage, just my room. I used my phone flashlight to find the light switch, but it was already in the on position. I flipped it off and on again, but nothing happened. Then, as suddenly as they'd gone out, the lights came back on. I barely slept that night. I kept hearing noises throughout the house, drawers opening and closing, the sound of glass clinking like someone was in the kitchen, and those same heavy footsteps pacing up and down the hallway. Around 4 a.m., I heard a loud thump from the backyard. I went to the window and could have sworn I saw an old army jeep parked in the yard, the same kind Pa used to restore as a hobby. I blinked, and it was gone. The third day is when things got truly unexplainable. I was helping Grandma go through Pa's old clothes in their bedroom closet when she suddenly froze, staring at his side of the bed. "He's sitting right there," she whispered. I looked but saw nothing. The bed was empty, the covers neatly made, but the indentation appeared in the mattress, like someone invisible was sitting on the edge of the bed. We both watched as the indentation slowly rose, as if whatever was sitting there had stood up. Then the closet door, which we'd left wide open, slowly swung shut. Grandma didn't seem scared at all. She just nodded like this was perfectly normal and went back to folding clothes. That night I had the most vivid dream. I was standing in the backyard, but it was filled with cars. All kinds of military vehicles appearing and disappearing like some weird slideshow. I could hear multiple phones ringing throughout the house all at once. When I looked at my phone in the dream, the caller ID simply showed the number 0, not 0 like a phone number, just the single digit. When I answered, I heard Pa's voice saying something I couldn't quite make out, with that police scanner static in the background. I woke up in a cold sweat at exactly 3:17 a.m. My phone was lighting up with a call, but there was no number. It just said, unknown. I was too freaked out to answer and let it go to voicemail. No message was left. The next morning I was honestly ready to leave. I told Grandma I needed to get back to work, which wasn't entirely a lie. She seemed disappointed, but understood. As I was packing my bag, my wallet vanished from the nightstand. I tore the room apart looking for it, checking under the bed, in all my pockets, everywhere. Finally, I gave up and went to tell Grandma I needed to look for it before I could leave. When I walked into the kitchen, my wallet was sitting in the middle of the table, with Pa's old military ID card placed neatly on top of it. The ID should have been in a shadow box on the wall in the living room. I checked, and sure enough, the shadow box was empty. I didn't tell Grandma about this. I just put the ID card back in the shadow box, grabbed my wallet, and finished packing. As I was saying goodbye to her at the front door, all the lights in the house flickered, and we both heard the unmistakable sound of Pa's laugh coming from somewhere inside the house. Grandma just smiled and said, "He doesn't want you to go yet." I told her I really had to get back, hugged her, and practically ran to my car. As I was pulling out of the driveway, my phone rang. Unknown caller again. This time, against my better judgment, I answered. Nothing but static. I went back to work the next day, still shaken by the whole experience. I work at an auto parts store, and I was telling my co-worker Mike about some of the weird stuff that happened, leaving out the parts that made me sound completely crazy. When the store phone rang, Mike answered it, then held it out to me with a confused look. "It's for you. Guy won't give his name." The caller ID showed unknown. I took the phone, my heart pounding. Hello? Static, breathing, and then what sounded exactly like police scanner chatter in the background. I don't know what made me say it, but I whispered, "Pa." The static cleared for just a second, and I heard his voice, clear as day. "I'm up." That was his response whenever we'd call his name. Never what or yes, always "I'm up," like he was ready for whatever was needed. Then the line went dead. That was 3 months ago. I haven't been back to Grandma's house since, though we talk on the phone regularly. She still gets calls from his number, still has dreams where he visits her, still finds things moved around the house. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. I don't know if Pa is still out there somewhere, playing his pranks, watching over us. But I know what I experienced, what I heard, what I saw. And I know his last photos show a man who saw something that terrified him, something that followed him home. Whatever it was that happened at that army reunion, whatever Pa saw or learned or remembered that day, I think it changed something. Something that even death couldn't stop. I still haven't listened to the voicemail from that unknown call that night at Grandma's. It's still sitting there on my phone. Sometimes I hover my finger over it, wondering if I should listen, wondering if I'll hear his voice again. But I'm scared of what else I might hear. Story 18. I've been staring at the ceiling for what feels like days now. Maybe it has been days. The blinds have been drawn since Tuesday, and I've lost track of time. My phone is somewhere in the pile of blankets, but the battery probably died yesterday. Not that it matters. There's no one I want to talk to anyway. Depression isn't new to me, but this episode hit harder than usual. After losing my job last month, everything just collapsed. I haven't showered in God knows how long. The only reason I've left my bed at all is to grab more chips or instant noodles from the kitchen, or to drag myself to the bathroom when I absolutely have to. My neighborhood, Pine Grove, is one of those eerily quiet suburbs where everyone keeps to themselves. Perfect when you're doing okay, absolute hell when you're not. No one checks in, no one knocks on your door. The isolation only makes the darkness in my head grow louder. I think it was Thursday when I first noticed something off. I was lying in bed, staring blankly at the wall when I saw it. A face, just for a split second, a pale, gaunt face with hollow eyes at the corner of my vision. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing there, just the dirty laundry piled on my chair. "You're losing it," I mumbled to myself, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes until I saw stars. Sleep deprivation. That's all it was. I'd been sleeping in broken 2-hour chunks for days, but the next day It happened again. This time it was a shadow, a dark, human-shaped silhouette gliding past my bedroom door, visible only in my peripheral vision. My heart raced, but I convinced myself it was just my cat, Milo. Except when I called out, "Milo," my actual cat came trotting in from the living room, looking at me quizzically. I should probably explain about my pets. I have Milo, my 3-year-old tabby, and Rex, a golden retriever mix I adopted last year. They've been my only real companions during this whole breakdown. They're probably the only reason I've bothered to get out of bed at all. Someone has to feed them. But there was another cat before Milo, my sweet Oliver. He died 2 years ago, and thinking about him still makes my chest ache. He got sick so suddenly. He was lethargic one evening, not eating, but I thought maybe he'd just eaten something bad. I decided to wait until the morning to take him to the vet. By morning, he was so much worse. I rushed him to the emergency vet, but it was too late. Kidney failure, they said. If I'd brought him in the night before, they might have been able to save him. The guilt has eaten at me ever since. I killed my cat by being too lazy, too dismissive of his symptoms. I wanted one more night of uninterrupted sleep before dealing with the hassle of the vet, and he died because of it. So when I heard the meow on Friday night, my blood ran cold. It was Oliver's distinctive meow, that chirpy little trill he'd make when he wanted attention. It came from somewhere in the dark hallway outside my bedroom. "Milo!" I called out shakily, but my current cat was curled up at the foot of my bed, sound asleep. The meow came again, unmistakable. Oliver's meow. I pulled the blankets up to my chin, my heart hammering. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself. "You're hallucinating, you're sleep-deprived and malnourished, and your brain is playing tricks." But the meow continued on and off all night long, sometimes from the hallway, sometimes from the closet, sometimes from the kitchen. I didn't sleep at all. By Saturday morning, the shadows at the corners of my vision were getting worse. Quick flashes of movement, faces peering at me from impossible angles. Sometimes they seemed to be right beside me, but when I turned my head, nothing. I finally dragged myself into the shower, hoping the hot water would clear my head. As I stood under the spray, I caught movement in the shower curtain's reflection, a dark figure standing just behind me. I spun around, slipping and nearly falling, but there was nothing there, just steam in the dripping shower head. I finished washing as quickly as possible, my skin crawling the entire time. When I got out, I could have sworn I saw handprints on the fogged-up mirror that weren't mine, smaller, with longer fingers. By the time I wiped away the condensation, they were gone. The meowing continued all day Saturday. Sometimes it would stop for an hour or two, giving me false hope that whatever this was had passed, only to start again just as I was beginning to relax. Each time, it sounded exactly like Oliver, that same chirping meow that used to melt my heart and now filled me with dread. Saturday night was the worst. I was lying in bed, trying to distract myself with mindless YouTube videos on my laptop when the meowing started again. But this time, it was coming from under my bed. Milo, who had been sprawled across my legs, suddenly shot upright, ears perked forward, eyes fixed on the edge of the bed. Rex, who'd been sleeping on his dog bed in the corner, raised his head and let out a low growl, staring at the same spot. The meow came again. From directly beneath me, Oliver's meow, and my animals could hear it too. "No, no, no," I whispered, pulling my knees up to my chest. This couldn't be real. If my pets could hear it, this wasn't just in my head. Rex stood up, hackles raised, and took a tentative step toward the bed. He growled again, deeper this time. "Rex," I called, my voice breaking. "Rex, come here." He looked at me, then back at the bed, clearly torn. "Please," I begged. The meow came again, louder, more insistent. Milo had backed up against my headboard, his tail puffed to twice its normal size. I couldn't look under the bed myself. I just couldn't. The thought of what I might see made me physically ill. "Rex," I said, patting the spot beside me. "Come here, boy." Instead, he took another step toward the bed, sniffing at the edge of the blanket that hung down to the floor. His growl turned into a bark, sharp, alarmed. I don't know where I found the courage, but I leaned over just enough to flip on my bedside lamp. The sudden light made me squint, but I forced myself to look at Rex. He was now on his belly, his head lowered to peek under the bed, still growling. "What is it?" I whispered, though part of me desperately didn't want to know. He barked again, then looked back at me with an expression I can only describe as confused. He lowered his head again, sniffing intently at something under the bed that I couldn't see from my position. The meow came again, right under me. So close it seemed like whatever was making the sound must be pressed right against the underside of my mattress. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw back the covers and scrambled to the far corner of my bed, as far from the edge as possible. "Rex, what's under there?" I demanded, my voice higher and more panicked than I'd ever heard it. Rex barked once more, then did something that chilled me to the bone. He backed away from the bed, tail tucked between his legs, and retreated to the far corner of the room. The meow came again, and again, increasingly urgent. Milo was frozen in place, his eyes fixed on a spot beneath the bed, tracking something I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I was trapped in my own bed with something underneath it, something that sounded exactly like my dead cat, something that my living pets could clearly sense, but that I couldn't see. And then something brushed against the bottom of my mattress. A light pressure, like something pushing up from below. Just once, in the center of the bed. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like a child and threw myself off the opposite side of the bed, landing hard on the floor and scrambling to my feet. From my new position, I could see under the bed. There was nothing there, just dust bunnies and an old sock. But the meowing continued, now from the exact spot I was staring at, from nothing but empty space. I backed out of the room, Milo darting between my legs and Rex following close behind. I slammed the door shut and slid down against it, my entire body trembling. For the rest of the night, I sat in my living room with all the lights on, my pets huddled close to me. The meowing eventually stopped, but by then I was too terrified to go back into my bedroom. Sunday passed in a blur of fear and exhaustion. I dozed off on the couch a few times, but jerked awake at the slightest sound. The shadows in my peripheral vision seemed to grow bolder, lingering longer, drawing closer each time. The faces became clearer too, gaunt, hollow-eyed faces with expressions of what looked like pain or hunger. Never directly in my line of sight, always just at the edge, disappearing when I tried to look at them head-on. And the meowing would start, stop, start again, from different rooms in the house, from inside closed cupboards, from the attic I never accessed, from right behind my head when I was alone in a room. By Sunday evening, I was a wreck. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I couldn't eat. Every time I tried, I'd hear Oliver's meow from somewhere nearby and lose my appetite instantly. It was breaking me down. Each meow brought back the crushing guilt of Oliver's death. Each shadowy face reminded me of my isolation, my failure, my worthlessness. Whatever this thing was, it knew exactly how to hurt me. It was using my greatest shame, my deepest regret against me. As night fell, I couldn't face the thought of another sleepless night of torment. I grabbed my phone, finally charging it after days of neglect, and called my sister. I never call her. We're not close, but I was desperate. "Hello," she answered, sounding surprised. "I need to stay with you," I blurted out, not even bothering with a greeting. "Tonight, please. I can't explain. I need to not be in my house." There was a pause. "Are you okay? You sound terrible." "I'm not okay," I admitted, my voice cracking. "Please, just for tonight." She agreed, though I could hear the reluctance in her voice. I hastily packed an overnight bag, gathered my pets' food and leashes, and headed for the door. That's when the meowing started again. from every room at once. A chorus of Oliver's distinctive voice surrounding me, closing in. Milo and Rex pressed against my legs, both showing signs of distress. They could hear it too. I made it to the front door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. The meowing grew louder, more insistent, and then, beneath it, I began to hear something else. Whispers, too quiet to make out words, but unmistakably human voices coming from the shadows in every corner of my home. I finally got the door open and practically fell outside, my pets rushing out with me. I slammed it shut behind us and ran to my car, not even bothering to lock the house. As I started the engine, I glanced back at my house. In the upstairs window, my bedroom window, I saw a face. Just for a moment, clearly visible even from the driveway, a face with hollow eyes and a mouth open in what might have been a silent scream. I sped away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I'm at my sister's house now, writing this out because I don't know what else to do. I can't tell her what happened. She'd think I've completely lost my mind. Maybe I have. But Milo and Rex heard it too. They saw something too. The most terrifying part is that I don't know if whatever it was is tied to my house or to me. Is it waiting for me to come back? Or did it follow me here? Because just a few minutes ago, as I was sitting alone in my sister's guest room, I heard it again. Very faint but unmistakable. Oliver's meow coming from somewhere under the bed. Story 19. Bill, I never thought I'd actually share this, but after years of holding it in, I think I just need to get it off my chest. Something happened to me when I was 20, and to this day, my husband is the only person in my family who knows the full story. I've lived in Oak Ridge, Michigan my whole life. It's a small town where everyone knows your business, and my grandma knew mine better than anyone. She'd been looking after me, my brother Tyler, and occasionally my cousin Ethan since our parents divorced. Grandma's house was our safe place, but for one night it became anything but. It started at Mrs. Henderson's yard sale. She was moving to a retirement home in Florida and basically selling her entire life for pocket change. I was helping Grandma look for some new kitchen towels when Tyler called me over to this folding table covered in board games and random junk. "Check this out, Meg," he yelled, waving a wooden board with letters and numbers carved into it. My stomach dropped instantly. A Ouija board. I've always been sensitive to this kind of stuff. Call me superstitious. But I grew up hearing stories from my mom's side of the family about spiritual connections and warnings to respect the unknown. I'd seen enough documentaries and heard enough first-hand accounts to know those things weren't toys. "Put it back, Ty," I said firmly. "Why? It's just a game," he whined, examining the planchette. I took it from his hands. "It's not a game. It's a doorway to things we don't understand." My grandma overheard us and rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, Megan, don't fill his head with that nonsense." That was Grandma, practical to a fault. She thought my beliefs were ridiculous, just superstitious garbage passed down from my mum's weird relatives. We'd had this conversation 100 times before. "Grandma, these things are serious. People have had really bad experiences." $5 for the board game, Mrs. Henderson announced, interrupting me. Before I could protest further, Grandma had her wallet out. "Perfect. The kids will love this on rainy days." "Grandma, no, please. I'm serious about this." She ignored me completely, handed over the cash, and passed the board to Tyler. "Take this to the car, honey." I was furious. Not just annoyed, but genuinely angry. She completely disregarded something I felt strongly about, treating me like I was still a child instead of a grown woman. The whole ride home I tried explaining why Ouija boards weren't something to mess with, but she just kept saying things like, "It's just pressed wood and paint, Megan, and this supernatural obsession of yours is getting out of hand." When we got home, I took the board from Tyler as soon as we were inside. "I'm keeping this," I told him firmly. "But Grandma bought it for us," he protested. "Tyler, listen to me." This isn't like your other games. This is something that can connect to spirits, and once you open that door, it's hard to close it. Trust me on this, okay?" He rolled his eyes but didn't argue further. I took the board to my room and shoved it under my bed, planning to get rid of it properly when I had time. I had a shift at the coffee shop downtown that afternoon, so I figured I'd deal with it when I got back. That was my first mistake. I should have destroyed it immediately. My shift ended at 9, and I was exhausted from being on my feet all day. When I got home, Tyler and Ethan were playing video games in the living room. Grandma was knitting in her chair, barely looking up when I walked in. "Hey, boys, what did you do today?" I asked casually, grabbing a soda from the fridge. Ethan and Tyler exchanged a quick glance that immediately set off alarm bells in my head. "Nothing much, just hung out," Tyler said, focusing intensely on the TV screen. I knew my brother well enough to recognize when he was hiding something. "Tyler, we found that board game under your bed," Ethan blurted out, "but we put it back. We were careful." My blood ran cold. "You used the Ouija board?" "We were bored," Tyler shrugged. "It's just a dumb game. Nothing happened anyway." "Did you say goodbye?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. Both boys nodded quickly. "Yeah, of course," Tyler insisted. "We remembered that part from the movies." I wanted to scream at them, but Grandma was right there, already giving me that look that said I was overreacting. Instead, I just went to my room, pulled out the board, and examined it. The planchette felt warm, like it had been recently used. The whole thing gave me a sick feeling in my stomach. I considered burning it that night, but it was late, and Grandma would have a fit if I started a fire in the backyard. I decided I'd call my boyfriend Jack in the morning and ask him to help me dispose of it properly. For now, I shoved it back under my bed, took a hot shower, and tried to calm down. That night I had trouble falling asleep. My room felt different somehow, colder, despite it being August. I kept glancing at my closet, which was slightly ajar, even though I could have sworn I'd closed it. Around 1 a.m., I finally drifted off, convincing myself I was just being paranoid. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. My room was pitch black, and at first I wasn't sure what had disturbed my sleep. Then I realized something had hit the back of my head, not hard, but firmly enough to wake me. I froze, thinking maybe I'd dreamed it. That's when I heard it. The floor by my bed creaked, like someone had shifted their weight. My heart started hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. The creaking moved, from one side of my bed to the other, slowly, deliberately. I was too terrified to turn on my bedside lamp. All I could think was that there was someone, or something, in my room, circling my bed. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I pulled my covers tighter around me, as if a thin sheet could offer any protection. Another creak, closer to my head this time. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears leaking out despite my efforts to stay calm. Then I felt it, the distinct sensation of breathing against my ear. Not loud, just the softest exhalation of air, but undeniably there. I've never been so paralyzed with fear in my life. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was lie there, feeling that presence hover inches from my face. Then my closet door slammed shut. The sound was so jarring in the silence that I jolted upright, finally able to move. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The screen lit up, 3:24 a.m. Using the phone's light, I scanned my room. Empty. Nothing out of place except the now-closed closet door. But the air still felt wrong, charged with something I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. My first instinct was to call for Tyler or Grandma, but they were all the way down the hall. The thought of putting my feet on the floor, where whatever it was might be waiting underneath my bed, made me want to throw up. Instead, I called Jack. It rang and rang, going to voicemail. He was a heavy sleeper and always put his phone on silent at night. I texted him frantically, "Something's in my room. I'm scared. Please call me." The floor creaked again, this time near my door. I held my breath, watching the doorknob. It didn't turn, but I swear I could see the shadow of feet in the crack beneath the door, like someone was standing just outside. I couldn't stay in that room another second. In one desperate move, I lunged from my bed to the door, yanked it open, and sprinted down the hall to the living room. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was curled up on the couch with all the lights on. For the next 2.5 hours, I sat there, jumping at every house noise, calling Jack repeatedly with no answer. I kept thinking about the Ouija board under my bed. Had the boys really said goodbye properly? Had they invited something in? Or had the board already been carrying something when Mrs. Henderson sold it? When Grandma came out at 6 a.m. for her morning coffee, she found me wide-eyed and trembling on the couch. "Good Lord, Megan, you look terrible. What are you doing up?" I couldn't tell her. She'd never believe me, would just chalk it up to my overactive imagination again. "Couldn't sleep," I mumbled. She frowned, putting her hand on my forehead. "You're clammy. Coming down with something, probably." I just nodded, grateful for the logical explanation she'd provided. Let her think I was sick. It was easier than trying to convince her of what had happened. Jack finally called back around 8 a.m., concerned about my texts. He came over immediately, and I pulled him outside to tell him everything. "We need to get rid of that board," I insisted. "Today." Unlike my family, Jack never dismissed my feelings about these things. He didn't necessarily believe in the paranormal himself, but he respected that I did. "Okay," he said simply. "How do we do it?" I knew from everything I'd read that you couldn't just throw a Ouija board in the trash. It needed to be destroyed properly. We decided to take it to the junkyard on the edge of town where Jack's uncle worked. He had access to the industrial shredder they used for wood waste. I wrapped the board in a black towel, not wanting to touch it directly, and we drove in silence. The whole time, I kept checking the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see something following us. At the junkyard, Jack's uncle was on lunch break, so we slipped in through the side gate Jack knew about. The shredder was running, processing a pile of old furniture. Without ceremony, I unwrapped the board and watched as Jack fed it into the machine. The wood splintered and cracked as the metal teeth tore it apart. The planchette went in last, and I felt a weight lift as it disappeared into the churning mechanism. "It's done," Jack said, putting his arm around me. On the drive home, I felt lighter, cleaner somehow. That night, I slept in the living room anyway, too shaken to return to my bedroom yet. But nothing happened. No creaking floors, no presence, no breathing in my ear. It's been 7 years since that night. Jack and I got married 3 years ago, and we have our own place now. Tyler's in college. Grandma's still knitting and being practical, and as far as I know, Ethan never touched another Ouija board. I've never told anyone else in my family what happened. Grandma would still dismiss it, and I don't want to scare Tyler with something that's long over. Sometimes I wonder about Mrs. Henderson, if she knew what she was selling, if she'd experienced something similar in that house. All I know is, I can't walk past Ouija boards in toy stores without feeling sick. I can't watch movies about them. And sometimes when I'm alone at night and our house settles, I still freeze at unexpected creaks, momentarily transported back to that night when something unseen stood beside my bed. I don't have proof of what happened. No EVP recordings, no photos, nothing that would convince a skeptic. But I know what I felt, what I experienced. And I know that some doors, once opened, are hard to close completely. So if you take anything from my story, let it be this. Those boards aren't toys. They're not harmless fun. And if someone tells you they're uncomfortable with something that might seem silly to you, please respect it anyway. I still can't forgive my grandma for dismissing my fears and bringing that thing into our home. Some things just aren't worth the risk, no matter how skeptical you might be. Bay Story 20. I've never told this story online before, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened in the late 90s when I was in high school in Folsom, California. I was 16, and looking back, I can't believe how stupid we were. Folsom isn't a big place, but it has this really old section downtown where everything dates back to the gold rush days. The whole town started as a mining settlement where gold would pass through on its way to San Francisco. It's one of those places where people still occasionally find bones when they're digging in their backyards. There are these old churches and cemeteries scattered around, and the whole place just feels heavy with history. Me and my 3 friends, Rob, Kristen, and Robin, were bored one Friday night. Rob had this Ouija board his older sister gave him, and someone, I think it was Kristen, suggested we take it to the old cemetery downtown. It seemed like a stupid, fun idea at the time. I remember laughing about it as we walked there, carrying our backpacks with flashlights, some candles and snacks. The cemetery wasn't huge, but it had these old tombstones from the 1800s, mixed with newer ones. We wandered around for a bit, our flashlight beams bouncing off the markers, until Rob spotted this one tombstone with a motorcycle engraved on it. For some reason, we all agreed that was the perfect spot. It was around 10 p.m. when we set everything up. We placed 4 candles around us in a square and put the Ouija board in the middle. I remember the night was clear when we started, with just a slight breeze that made the tree branches creak above us. We all sat cross-legged around the board, our knees practically touching. None of us really believed in this stuff. We were just doing it for the thrill, you know. That delicious feeling of deliberately scaring yourself when you know it's all bullshit anyway. Robin went first, asking if there were any spirits who wanted to talk to us. We all had our fingers on the planchette, that little triangular piece with the hole in the middle. Nothing happened at first, and Rob started making ghost noises, which made us all laugh. Then the planchette moved, just a little. Immediately, we all started accusing each other of pushing it. "Quit it, Rob," I said, because he was the one who usually pulled pranks. "I'm not doing anything, man," he said, and he sounded sincere, but I didn't believe him. We asked more questions, silly stuff like, "Will I ever be rich?" and "Does Kristen's crush like her back?" Each time the planchette would move a little, spelling out answers that were either yes, no, or sometimes random letters that didn't make sense. We kept accusing each other of pushing it, but everyone denied it. About 30 minutes in, I started noticing things weren't quite right. The wind had picked up significantly. I could hear it whistling through the cemetery, making the trees sway and the leaves rustle. But our candles weren't flickering at all. The flames stood perfectly straight, like they were frozen in place. I remember pointing this out to Robin, who was sitting next to me. "That's weird, right?" I whispered, nodding toward the candles. She just shrugged, but I could tell she noticed it too because she kept glancing at them. Then it started to drizzle, just lightly at first. I could feel the occasional drop on my face and arms, but not a single drop hit the Ouija board, not one. The board stayed completely dry while everything around it started getting wet. I wanted to say something, but my mouth had gone completely dry. I noticed Kristen staring at the board with wide eyes, and I knew she was seeing the same thing. "Guys," she finally said, her voice barely audible, "the rain isn't touching the board." Rob tried to laugh it off. "It's barely raining," he said, but his voice was higher than normal. We were all getting uncomfortable, but no one wanted to be the first to suggest packing up. So we kept going, but the questions changed from silly stuff to things like, "Is someone here with us? And who are you?" The planchette started moving faster, more deliberately. It spelled out, "Watching." "Who's watching?" Robin asked, and I could hear the tremor in her voice. The planchette circled the board twice before stopping on "you." That's when I first saw it, a dark shape moving between the tombstones about 50 yards away. At first, I thought it was just someone walking through the cemetery, which was alarming enough at that hour. But there was something wrong with the way it moved. It wasn't walking so much as gliding. "Guys," I whispered, nodding toward it, "someone's over there." Everyone turned to look. The shape stopped moving when we all focused on it. "It's probably just someone walking their dog," Rob said, but he didn't sound convinced. The shape started moving again, but now it was coming toward us. It was moving faster than a person would walk, and it wasn't following the paths. It was coming straight through the tombstones. "We should go," Kristen said, already gathering her things. None of us argued. We started shoving our stuff into our backpacks, but I couldn't take my eyes off the shape. It was getting closer, and as it passed under one of the cemetery's few streetlights, I realized it wasn't a person at all. It was just a black blob. It had no distinguishable features, no face, no arms, no legs, just darkness moving purposefully toward us. "Run!" I yelled, and we all scrambled to our feet. In our panic, we left the Ouija board on the ground. We just grabbed our backpacks and ran for the cemetery gates. Rob was in front, then Kristen and Robin, with me bringing up the rear. I could feel that thing behind us, though I didn't dare look back. The cemetery had this wrought iron fence around it, with a gate that was always left unlocked. Rob reached it first and shoved it open. As I ran, my foot caught on something, and I felt a tug on my leg that nearly made me fall. It felt like hands grabbing my ankle. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like a little kid. When I looked down, I saw it was just a chain from the fence that had somehow wrapped around my ankle. But in that moment, I was so terrified that I wet myself. Yeah, at 16 years old, I pissed my pants in fear. I kicked free and ran after my friends, who were already halfway down the street. We didn't stop running until we reached the 7-Eleven about half a mile away. We stood in the parking lot, under the fluorescent lights, trying to catch our breath. "What the hell was that thing?" Robin asked, her face pale. No one had an answer. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks on us. But we all knew we'd seen something that couldn't be explained. We split up there. Rob and Kristen lived in the same direction, and Robin just a few blocks from me, so we walked her home first. The whole way, I felt like we were being watched. Every sound made me jump. When I finally got home around midnight, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. My parents were already in bed, so I quietly went to my room, changed out of my wet jeans, which was humiliating, even with no one to see, and collapsed onto my bed. That's when I felt something hard under my pillow. I reached under and pulled out the Ouija board, the same one we'd left behind at the cemetery. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. There was no way this should be here. We'd left it at the cemetery, I was sure of it. I checked the back for Rob's sister's initials that she'd carved into it. They were there. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner of my room, as far from the board as possible, with all the lights on until morning. When the sun came up, I put the board in a trash bag and took it out to the garbage can at the end of our driveway. Our trash day was Monday, and this was Saturday, so I'd have to wait 2 days for it to be taken away. But at least it was out of my house. I didn't tell my friends about finding the board. I was too freaked out, and honestly, I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. Sunday night, I was sitting at my desk, trying to finish some homework, when I heard a thump behind me. I turned around, and there was the Ouija board in the middle of my bed. I nearly had a heart attack. I grabbed it and ran outside in my pajamas. Behind our house was this woodpile where my dad chopped and stored firewood. I buried the board deep in the pile, shoving it between logs until it was completely hidden. Monday morning, I woke up and the board was on my desk, right on top of my homework. I was in full panic mode now. I put the board in my backpack and took it to school. During lunch, I walked to this empty field behind the football stadium and threw the board as far as I could into the tall grass. I watched it disappear into the weeds, then went back to class. When I got home and opened my backpack to start homework, the board was there, right on top of my books. I was crying now, from fear and frustration. I called Rob and told him what was happening. He didn't believe me at first, thought I was trying to prank him, but something in my voice must have convinced him because he finally said I could bring the board to his house. I rode my bike over immediately. Rob looked spooked when he saw how freaked out I was. I handed him the board and made him promise to get rid of it. He said he would bury it in his backyard. I felt relieved as I rode home, like a weight had been lifted. But when I walked into my room, the board was already there, waiting for me on my bed. I lost it. I sat on my floor and just sobbed. I didn't know what to do. That night I slept in the living room with all the lights on, telling my parents I had fallen asleep watching TV. The next day I was desperate. After school I went to visit my grandmother, who was the most religious person I knew. I didn't tell her everything, just that I'd been having nightmares and was scared. She gave me her rosary, a small bottle of holy water, and a prayer card of Saint Michael, who she said protects against evil. That night I took the board, the rosary, the holy water, and some other items that were precious to me, a photo of my family, a baseball my dad had caught at a Giants game, and a lucky penny I'd had since I was a kid. I rode my bike downtown to the old church next to the cemetery. Behind the church was a small graveyard, different from the main cemetery where we'd used the board. I found a spot under an old oak tree and dug a hole with a garden trowel I'd brought. I placed the board in the hole, sprinkled it with holy water, laid the rosary on top and added my other precious items. As I covered it all with dirt, I whispered, "Please stay here. Please leave me alone." I don't know why, but it worked. The board never came back. But to this day, over 20 years later, I can't look at a Ouija board without feeling sick. I won't be in the same room as one. My wife thinks I'm being ridiculous, but she doesn't know what happened. No one does, except Rob, Kristen, and Robin, and we never really talked about it after high school. I still don't know what we encountered that night, or why the board kept returning to me. Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to tell me something, but mostly I'm just grateful it finally stayed buried. I wrote this all out because lately I've been having dreams about that night again. In the dreams, I'm back in the cemetery, and that shapeless thing is getting closer and closer. Sometimes I wake up just as it reaches me, and other times, well, I don't want to think about the other times. I guess some things you never really escape, no matter how deep you bury them.